Well, I don't know. Can they hear us? So are we on? Hello? Are we live? Can you hear us?
I can hear us.
Well, that's great. Can the other guys hear us?
I meant in stream.
Chat, can you hear us?
And the people hear us.
Okay, so let's just hope the sound is working. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the European program of the GaryCon. We are going to play Mytholoria today, which is, believe it or not a D&D based game. It's a D4 based game. So I think I'm going to start with a small and tiny TLDR about the rules. As I said, we use those bad boys over here, and we use a lot of them, up to 10. Most of the characters will start with low of the game value, so it will be mostly 4 or less. There's a reason for that. Whenever a game value only shows 4s, your character will raise its where they skill or attribute. So basically, it's a learning by doing system. You don't get XP like in most of the other role playing games, but your characters just get better by doing what they're supposed to do. That's that part. The other thing is it's fantasy world, which is loosely, let's say, similar to the Mediterranean ancient times. We have city states. We have pretty rich aristocrats, and we have a lot of poorer citizens. And the assembled crew over here is part of the second lowest class or caste called Sky, which basically works for all the other castes. And those three realized that I had an epiphany that the money they get from their employers won't be ever enough to get out of their caste. So they decided, after 1 year of working for some other person, that the only way to actually get anywhere in life is to wander the lands and become an adventurer, which is a good thing because recently, like in the last couple of 100 years, beings called Talok returned to Inikia, which is the place we're playing in. And those Talok might infest recently deceased creatures and humans or humanoids. And the longer they stay in their bodies, the more supernatural the body gets. And those beings can wreak havoc and maybe also terrorize villages and uh, complete regions. And you need adventures to get rid of them. So, funny enough, we have three of them, and they might at least want to give a small introduction who they are, just a very, 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 very short one, and see uh, who are you guys?
Uh, as in characters or as in the real people?
Whatever you want, but I think in character would be nice and
All
fun.
right. I am Brill. I am an arcanist, and I'm not sure if I'm playing a particular race or how that.
You're Sunraki.
All right. I see that on the page I am bald. Are they
Yeah,
all bald?
they're all bold. Yeah,
I am bald and blue
yeah.
and wearing very uh like kind of rugged robes that once seemed like they could have been some decent like arcanist clothing. are pretty overused.
So you got them second hand, basically.
Yeah, I don't have the money. All right.
Not much, yeah, that's true.
None of us do. Well, I will go next, I guess.
Yep.
I am playing Isima.
Usima
And,
Ikema.
Yeah, I'm a musician of the Sasadi race. So I am a marsupial, and I'm here to sing, dance, and adventure. Yes.
So Ethan, who are you? And you're muted, right? There you go.
I am Ethan, a Runa warrior. Runas are these tall people with like 4 forearms, so I have extra hands to hit people with, most likely with swords, hopefully. I didn't get my gear because I assume iron gear and weapons are restricted and valuable, so I stole them. They're mine now. So I also have an incentive to be on the road and on the run, because I've decided I'm now a bit of an outlaw.
Very good. So we're gonna spare the people the typical get to know each other phase. So you guys already know each other. You had adventure. You kind of helped a merchant to get his wares from one village to another. There were a couple of complications, but basically you ended up trusting each other and trust into or trust your skills enough to stick together and roam the lands together or while you're searching for more ways of gaining some money. Right now, you're in the middle of Kestia, which is one of the most populated areas and province. It's basically named after the city-state Kestia, which is also one of the biggest city-states around. You're in the hinterland, somewhere in the provinces. It's a pretty wooden, very covered in region. It's the late evening and late afternoon, early evening hours. It's a beautiful, warm autumn day, but you only have like 2 or 3 hours of sun ahead of you, which kind of makes you a little bit wary. And lucky enough, you see a sign that a waypoint, Siloria, just a few kilometers in front of you. It's a typical peat farmer village. So it's in one of the, let's say, more drier regions of this swamp. And you might say it's like 24 houses tops, and the only real big house seems to be the tavern. The peat farmer village, or peat farmer villages like that, they live from travelers and traveling merchants, and they also, of course, have people that will transport their wares to the bigger cities. So it's no wonder that right now it's basically not deserted, but the streets are empty. All the houses are shut. There's nobody like frolicking in the front yards or something like that. So everybody seems to be, or it seems to be awfully quiet, let's say. You still see like the fires are still burning. I mean, you can see a lot of steam going off the chimneys, so it's not deserted in any way, shape, or form. But nobody seems to roam the streets.
What a warm
Why-
welcome.
Yes. Where is everyone? I know that the night is slowly coming, but this seems a little quiet for my tastes.
Maybe there's like some big party somewhere. I don't know.
A party without me? That can't be started yet.
Well, let's hope it's that. And
So, how about one of you guys? You can choose who does that. You start the first roll of the day. I would like to have a perception and awareness roll.
Oh,
So there's a tiny thing. Everybody of you guys has a profession, and the profession is also either a physical, social, intellectual profession. So somebody that has a physical profession will have a slightly higher aptitude for any physical skill used, and uh, alertness is a physical skill. So maybe that would be something for a fighter, for example.
in that case, I'll give it a go. Okay,
imagine the
so
pressure of the first roll.
so you said perception and alertness.
Exactly.
I count that on my character sheet. Adds up to 3 dice.
Yeah. And you just roll them and add whatever you see.
Yes. Okay, so 8 on the dice and 4 from my attribute. I get that to a 12.
Plus the
On,
one for your fighter from your profession. So it's
Okay, so I get
13.
+1, so it's 13.
Exactly. No, did any of the values show only 4s?
No, I got
That didn't.
2 3s and
Okay.
2.
Well, what you realize is that there are certain roots hanging from some posts, or they're actually also sometimes just nailed on the door. And it seems to be on each and every door you pass. You haven't seen those roots. You don't really recall seeing them, but maybe our arcanist has some knowledge about that
Well,
kind of stuff.
All right,
Well,
it's say roots.
there are
That-
these
on the
weird
doors.
roots
It
hanging
could
on
be either
everyone's
nature
doors.
law. You could use nature law, medicine, or
Alright.
mysticism, which are
Let's
all
see.
intellectual skills.
Is it nature, law, or
Nature
nature
law,
lore?
nature lore, mysticism, or
Mysticism?
medicine.
I'll use mysticism. I have 2 dice on that.
Okay, so use that one and pool it with intelligence.
With intelligence,
Yeah.
let's see. My intelligence is well, that's a +4 on the intelligence one, and 2 dice on the mysticism thing.
You have a one die or 2 dice in intelligence.
Intelligence it's 2, and then +4, so
Intelligence,
it's
you
4
use the
dice.
2 dice. For intelligence, use 2 dice for mysticism, which makes 4 dice total, and then you add the number for your aptitude, which is the
Intelligence
4.
+4. All right. That's 1, 2, 3. Where did the other one go? And wait, and 2. So I got a 6 and a 5 +4. So
Just a 9?
yeah.
Okay. Plus the one for your profession makes it a 10, which is quite enough to at least know that this kind of root belongs to a flower which is called Igmatalia, which is frequently used in certain, let's say, mind-altering substances of the very mild concoction. It's just like, I don't know. Some people smoke it, other people put it in a tea.
All right.
Nothing major, just something people normally like to enjoy. But there's also, because you used mysticism, people also use it sometimes as some sort of defense from spirits or mischievous things that might lurk the nights or whatever. So people give this thing some sort of magical attribute, which you all know is probably rubbish. But you never know. Maybe it works. So anyway, you make your way to the middle of the town and reach the only big building, which is, as I said, the taverna. And there are noises coming from inside the taverna. So maybe the party idea was not completely wrong. So people are gathering and people are having fun. The door itself is also closed.
With roots on it as well?
Yep, surely.
All right. Do we want to knock or?
I lift my 2 hands and heavily knock on the door. Bang,
Okay.
bang, bang,
So,
bang.
do you knock once or twice?
Twice.
I mean, do you just knock
Twice.
one time and then wait?
I suppose. Yeah. Yes, I suppose.
Okay, so if you do that, you can basically hear somebody approaching from the other side of the door. That's obvious because the person seems to be talking to other people, but the door isn't opening. But the person definitely is in front of the door.
Hello?
So, upon your second knock, the door actually opens, and you on the other side is a very tall, ruggedly handsome, maybe 20-year-old Kiana, which is human. And he seems to be the clerk of the place. He looks into you. He basically looks at you guys. Kind of also makes certain assumptions about your professions, but seems to be overly friendly and come in, let's go, let's have a seat. And he places you on one of the tables. There are like maybe a dozen other people in here. The room is spacious. There are a lot of empty seats still. There's a hearth with a fire burning, sizzling, and you smell like a nice, like some nice stew is also brewing in the kitchen. And he basically presents your table, which fits at least 5 people, although you're just 3. And he can I recommend the stew, which is extremely good. We have fresh boar stew.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah, sure.
I would
And
love
what
to.
about a
Why not?
drink? Do you want to drink something? Maybe some.
What do you have
Quite
to drink?
thirsty.
Oh, we have, of course, water. Very, very fresh. Very, very. Some people even might say it has healing abilities, but he's obviously joking. We have milk, of course, Iku milk. We have ale. We have certain other drinks, of course. If you are more the type for heavy partying, we can also accommodate that.
You know what? I will not be. I will no longer be shamed for my milk drinking days. So a glass of milk would be nice.
I'll take some
Amazing.
of that healing water.
Okay, good.
I think. Well, it does seem to be festive, but I'll have the milk as well.
Okay, and stew for everybody, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. So he turns around, exits through the door into the kitchen, and it doesn't take long for him to come back with, at first, a couple of stone mugs. He places them. There's also like a carafe of icy cold water, and also another one, a pitcher of milk. And then he does the second round with 3 bowls of hot and steaming stew, which smells pretty good. Smells pretty delicious. And so if there's anything you need, you guys can just find me at the counter, right?
Yep.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
thank you.
This isn't weird at all. Like, are we getting this for free, or are all the people here eating stew and milk?
Are
Well,
you shaming us for our milk drinking?
No, I'm not. No, I would never. I would never. I'm just saying, in this particular situation where there's nobody, you know, outside and everything's locked, and there's a lot of people here eating stew and milk, particular
Well,
milk.
well,
You're
some of
being
them
way
actually
too
drinking
cautious.
ale or something like that. I mean, not everybody's drinking milk. That's just what they have. I mean, this is like standard. A little bit of
Alright.
milk, a little bit of water.
This does seem to be an establishment of some kind. Maybe.
Well, I mean, I mean, it is just a regular tavern with,
Alright.
of course, a couple of guest rooms. So it doesn't seem like there's anything else connected to it. The people you that gathered in here are obviously, most of them at least, peat farmers. Um, they just look like people that are used to do the heavy lifting and the work that is entailed in being a peat farmer. There's also an older lady in her mid 40s. She wears a patchwork robe. It's not nothing too fancy, but definitely is not a peat farmer. She also wears some sort of trinket amulet around her neck, and she seems to be in some sort of a discussion with a couple of other people, and the discussion heats up a little bit. So at some point, she basically throws a little bit of a fit and storms out of the tavern. And says, I'm having it. You guys, you're crazy. And just leaves.
It's her problem.
Being a peat farmer, I guess.
Oh, she's not a peat farmer. She's definitely not a peat farmer.
Oh no, even worse.
Well,
No.
what is going on over there?
Should we ask someone?
Probably.
Also, like, I would like to ask someone if, no one being outside is a normal thing.
Well, then do that.
Alright. I kind of wave to the bartender, which I'm assuming he is. And I'm like, alright, when we walked in here, or in the town, I might say, there weren't particularly a lot of people, or any at all, outside. And what's with the roots and the doors and stuff? That's kind of weird.
He sighs audibly. I mean, you would have basically, at some point, sooner or later, you would have realized that. Anyways, we're in a little bit of a predicament here. During nighttime, the streets aren't safe. Let's keep it at that for the moment. And we we kind of think that at least traditionally those tiny little roots keep us safe enough. Whatever. So there is something haunting the streets during the night, and this is quite a bit of a problem. We already lost at least one person.
So you have evil spirits roaming the streets at night, parading around and stealing people, and you think roots on your doors are gonna save you?
Well, we only lost one, and he kind of smirks.
I would chalk that up to luck more than anything else. But
Yeah.
Well, what else can we
well-
do? We're just peat farmers and clerks.
Well, we are clearly a form of adventurers. I like gesture to my wide array of weapons. Maybe we could take care of the problem.
We are
It's-
definitely not looking for any work that we can find at all. We are highly trained experts at what we are doing, and we have been sent here by our corporation, which is us, to help you.
literally just sitting with a spoonful of stew, like, where what?
Yeah.
Oh, right, adventurous.
Hmm.
Brill, we don't have any money. We need.
You spent it all on milk and stew.
So, so you guys kind of think you can help, and he basically he glances over to the table where the discussion took place, and
Of course.
and gives one of the guys a nod, or that basically he's a bear of a man, maybe in his 40s to 50s, probably, as high as he's brought. So he basically with a little limps over to your table, takes one of the seats, and takes a good look at you guys. Okay. So you're adventurous.
Yeah, that's what we are, what we have always been, what we were born to do, and what we will keep on doing.
Until you die, right?
Yeah. Uh,
Or hopefully get rich. But whatever,
Yes.
whatever comes first.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a slight chance you can actually give this to test. And he chucks down the
Test?
drink. I think Delos, he points at the clerk, already kind of filled you in that we have a tiny little problem right here the last couple of weeks during the nights. I mean, it's not too bad. Only one person is missing so far.
Do you have that person's name?
Oh yeah, sure. It's Lyra, the daughter of our esteemed alchemist.
All right.
I
Gonna
suppose
assume
that's
that might have
woman
been
who
the
ran.
woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
There you go. Well, I mean, we're just peat farmers, right? I mean, it's not that we can offer you much, but I'm sure we can offer you something.
Want more milk?
If you want to help us.
Did you just say more milk?
I mean, I don't know what you guys are after, but like, I would take money. But if you just want, the milk, then I can take the coins. You know, I'm just saying.
Brill, I feel like this is beginning to be a pattern for you, and we might need an intervention of sorts to help you past the point of money being the only thing. Room and board for now would be nice, seeing as we do have to work at night now.
True. You need a place to sleep. But we obviously are trained to sleep wherever and whenever. But you know, a bed for once would be nice.
I mean, of course, if you help us, I'm pretty sure you can stay at the inn, right? And he eyes Delos again, which kind of it's like, yeah, I guess so. I guess, yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, now that we have a room, we should probably go asking around and lay a plan for the night.
Yeah.
Oh, so practical of you.
So,
What were you planning to do, Yusima?
while you were talking, you realized that the tavern got empty pretty quickly. So people, each table kind of chucks down their drinks, finishes their meal, and kind of makes haste to get home because
Yeah, I'd like to peer outside to just see how close night is getting.
yeah, it's pretty. There's like the sky is already pretty red, so it's not
Oh,
gonna take
by
very long.
Alessa, that is fast. Oh, wintertime. It makes me depressed. Guess we don't need room and board, seeing as we'll be working in half an hour. Tops. Peers down
That's
into the table,
fine.
sadly.
I start quickly also eating my stew
Yeah,
and,
and
and chugging my drink.
Yeah. Since you're willing to help, of course, it's free of charge.
Just gonna suggest the same. Thank you.
Delos shows you to your room just in case you want to put down some luggage or something, which is upstairs in the first floor. It's a typical vast guest room for up to 10 people. Just straw beds, nothing fancy.
Mm.
But with a couple of windows to each side of the house. So it's also a good vantage point to maybe.
Oh,
Nice.
we have a view.
Well, we
Go put all of our luggage, which is a lot, down
Yes,
in that
I-
room and make a plan. Scope out the area from safety, of course.
I have an idea.
Oh,
We runners have night vision, so I could hide outside and maybe observe a little bit. And if I see anything worrying or something that might be trouble, I can signal you with. Do I have a lantern on me that I can like night and?
I mean,
Sensei.
if you don't have one, I'm pretty sure if you ask Delos or somebody else working or owning the tavern, you will probably provide you with one.
either that or we see you get dragged away by something.
Yeah, but also, Ethan, do you really need an entire lantern to just produce a bit of light? I'm sorry, but even for a worry, that's a little bit pathetic.
I mean, I could also try some magic.
Yes, it might do you some good.
It's not my favorite, but we can say I'll try to signal.
The words are
Signal
hard, I
you.
know, Ethan. I know, words are hard.
Oh, shut up, Yusima.
Speak simple. Simple work for big man.
Monosyllabic, you can do it. I believe in you.
So
I'll signal you with magic.
is that the plan now?
For now.
Ethan, you're gonna kind of try and scout the streets, and
Yes.
within, let's say, visual range of any of those windows, while the other
Yes.
two wait in safety for your signal.
Oh wait, my camera is in light. That's been like that for a bit. My bad.
Well, it's very divine of
Yeah,
you.
yeah, you
just
got a
sitting
halo
there
right
waving,
there. It's like
son.
that looked pretty good.
No, yeah, it's like my Windows gap goes like that. It's right in the camera.
Amazing. So, yeah, okay, that's the plan, right?
Yes, absolutely. Great
Cool.
plan.
That sounds like a fail-proof, a fail-safe plan. This is gonna end extremely well, I'm guessing. So there you go. So Ethan, you exit the tavern and enter the streets of the small town Celoria, and something that is like typical for a village in the middle of a swamp or bog, with lowering temperatures during the night, fog seeps in. So there you have this tiny little, let's say, carpet of fog that engulfs your ankles while you patrol the streets, and with each passing minute, the fog thickens a little bit and raises, and maybe like an hour later, it is pretty damn foggy down there. So, but since you already have a little bit of a, let's say, training in that, I would say try another perception alertness roll to kind of
Do we
try
see him in
and
all the
use.
fog?
Well,
Well, I
just
haven't signaled yet.
I know.
You're in your nice cozy room,
yeah.
Brill. Um, that okay. So it was perception and awareness. No, alertness. That is okay, that is another 13. But this time I rolled a 4 in alertness,
Yeah, well, then
and I
you
only
can
have
raise
one
alertness
dice.
by one. There you go.
Yes.
So just write it down. Okay. So while it is, even with night vision, pretty hard to pierce the fog with your eyes, you can still hear quite well. So somewhere in this fog, you can hear faintly that something or someone, or maybe somebody's just making a joke, you never know. You hear some knocking noises. Something is knocking at doors, but just once.
Oh.
And then you hear, after like a few seconds, you hear the knocking noise somewhere else.
Okay. I tried to cast like a simple light spell
Yeah.
up at the window to just make some sort of signal.
Okay, so magic wise, it works like that. The further the distance, the more difficult the spell. So if
Uh-oh.
it's close to yourself, it's easy. If you want to cast something that's like 2.5 meters in front of you, it's already getting harder. And then the next would be 5 meters, 10 meters, and so on. So you could also just make something like a light bowl or orb of light in your hand, which would be, let's say, easier, and just hope it's bright enough that the people can see it. Or you could also
Yes,
do something like 2.5 meters above you. I mean, that's up to you, but I'm just saying the easiest way would be a bowl, a
I'm
light
trying
orb
to
in-
conjure. I'm no magic expert. I'm just gonna conjure a ball of light and like.
But while you're
Mm.
doing that, you're also pretty aware of the fact that this is also something like a homing beacon, right? I mean, you're basically make yourself a pretty
Target.
target,
Yes.
right? Okay, so
I'm
then
thinking something along the lines of light, then run, and
I don't
hopefully
think he's thinking
up with
much.
the others.
so you can use the school objects, the focus object, and the school invocation on your
Okay.
sheet.
So under object and evoke. Did you say invocation?
Invocation, yeah.
Invocation. So that is a total of 2 dice.
Okay, you may add 3 points as your magic base value, and so you have 3 points, and then you add you on your.
So I roll 2 dice and add 3
Yes.
to that value.
Yeah.
Okay. That is double force.
Wow. There you go. I guess you're going to be the magic user of the group.
So 11.
11.
That means that both objects and invocation
Yeah.
increase by 1, right?
Exactly. So you have invocation objects 2 now.
Awesome.
So you conjure a tiny ball of an orb that emits a very bright light. I mean, now you could even throw this thing, right? Just a very, very bright orb of light.
Well, right now I'm the target of this beacon I've conjured. So
Yeah.
I would like to throw it in the general direction of like the rest of the party.
Okay.
Just
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to roll on that, and because you don't want to hit something specific.
no.
So the people in the cozy tavern, you spend like 1 hour looking through the out of the windows, trying to figure out. At the beginning, you can still see him. You can see Ethan walk through the streets, and at some point, the fog gets thicker and thicker, and also higher and higher. So at some point, you basically just see fog. While that is worrisome of sorts, it seems you don't really care and still stay at the tavern. Like an hour and a half later, you see some very bright light in this milky fog. And then something is basically, and this light is traveling fast towards your direction, only to at some point lose altitude and stay stationary on the floor, on the ground. So it seems this might be the sign you were waiting for.
When
Bro,
is
I think
something gonna happen? All right,
Yeah.
something.
Shortly afterwards, I'm like running in there, like running back to the tavern.
Okay.
We see a shadowy figure sprinting towards us.
Yeah.
There it
It's
is.
huge.
Shadowy figure.
Huge, monstrous, shadowy figure.
Four-armed.
4 arms, tentacles as hairs. Ah!
And 3 eyes.
And
Yeah,
3
well,
eyes.
Iselma packs up her shit and quickly starts running to the
Alright.
door, expecting that something's about to break into the tavern. She
Yeah.
full force will just open it and just kick.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you kick Ethan, of course.
I like quickly knock twice on the door.
Okay.
Gets open.
Just for it to instantly open, and Yusima, because they're like I imagine they're like half my height. So they kick me in the shins.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely smaller than you are. I mean, Shahadi are not the
Tallest people.
people. And you are pretty tall. I mean, I imagine you're more than 2 meters, and they are like 160, 170. So there's a little bit of a distance, for sure.
You
Yeah.
tall fiend! I will. Oh, Ethan,
Yasima, you dunce.
well, what was I expecting? Something came running at the tavern amidst fog with four. Wait, is it wrong of me to say that you have?
Something flashbangs us and it runs in our direction. This was supposed to be a signal, not a blinding light that. How did you even do that? I mean, look at you. No offense, but look at you.
Okay. I did better than usual on the magic. It wasn't supposed to be that bright.
You haven't seen my magic enough.
So, but
No, I'm
speaking
talking
of-
about my
speaking of
magic. I'm not that good at it normally.
I know.
we
This
forgot one
worked
tiny
well.
little thing.
It's alright.
During the magic use, you have a withdrawal, of course. So there, you don't have mana or any astral energy or some stuff like that. You just get fatigued. So you take
Okay.
stamina damage, basically,
How?
and it's just 15.
On my character sheet, it says I have like 3 sort of health stats. Like
Yes.
I have some endurance,
100
some
is
health, and psyche.
exactly, and the stamina condition
Yes.
is and health and psyche are all maximum is 100, and you get 60 is your threshold. So this is whenever you get to 60, you get dazed. It's harder to wield magic and stuff like that. So you take 15 points of damage, which means you're at 85 now. So you're still far away from dazed.
Alright.
I'll just note that on my piece of paper.
And you will, if you sleep or if we switch to another scene, your this type of damage will just be erased. So
Okay, so endurance damage doesn't last very long.
No.
Because you can just quickly catch your breath.
Whoa.
exactly, basically that's it. You catch your breath, eat a little bit, drink a little bit, rest a little bit. So okay, sorry to interrupt your little thing. I just wanted to make sure that we don't forget that.
It's nice we get to learn the rules as we play. Thank you for explaining that.
Alright, did you see something out there?
No, but I heard like this strange thing running around knocking on people's doors. People don't want to open it. They only knock once. Maybe that's why we weren't let in the first time.
Alright.
Anyway, I wanted to gather you two so we could investigate. Ethan looks slightly frightened by whatever this weird, creepy fog thing is.
So, and while you look frightened, you might have another reason to do so because there is a knock on the door.
I open it.
Oh,
open?
no!
Are you sure?
Okay.
I am absolutely 100% sure that I would open that door
Kick.
just like before with a kick.
Okay, and then?
Probably promptly apologize to whatever was on the other side.
Okay, on the other side, I mean, you open the door, right?
Yes.
And you see a creature,
Uh-oh.
maybe a little bit higher than you, in a crouching position, completely black, almond-shaped eyes, mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, breathing out with a very, very, very smelly breath, right? And
Sorry, wrong door.
okay, so now I
Just
need to
close it.
have I need to have a reaction roll for that. So let's
Yes.
see if you can close the door before that happens.
Oh no.
Can I roll reaction 2 to try to blast the thing away before she closes the door?
So you can we can all roll a reaction, basically.
All right.
Yes.
So you
Where
can
do I find reaction?
you can
So
you can
reflexes.
sorry, what did you say?
Is it reflexes then?
Yeah, it's basically reflexes, and that's it. As you have
Yeah.
some sort of species bonus behind that you can add, and that's it.
Yes.
It just says reflex is +2.
Yeah, exactly. So you
Yeah.
roll
All right,
the
that's
die
my
and then
bonus.
+2.
Yeah.
That's
That's 3,
Okay.
which is pretty good if you ask me. All right. A proud
Yeah.
3. I rolled a 1.
Yeah.
I rolled 2 ones, which gives me 4.
All right, big guy. That's good for you, I guess.
I rolled 2, so that's a 9.
Yeah. Okay. So you're faster than the creature, which means you can actually slam the door and probably even lock it from the inside.
All right.
Oh yeah, totally. I am so smart. I lock the door.
Did it have any like claws or something on its hand? Did it look like a bug or some?
It slightly actually it looked like a feral version of yourself. So
me?
it looked like it had like very bluish skin, also pupilless black almond-shaped eyes. I mean, your mouth isn't, let's say, full of razor sharp teeth, and your hands aren't, they don't have that long claws on them. But it basically was a hairless creature that, yeah, looked pretty feral.
All right.
Bro, you wouldn't happen to know anything about...
So, but you hear like the thing is banging at the door 2 or 3 times.
Now it knows we're here.
I'd like to draw out like all my 4 weapons.
Wow, just because it's blue and bald and has black eyes and resembles me in a very closely way, you think I have something to do with that or some information about it?
And
do I know something about it?
Well, I mean, let's see. You're the Arcanist, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
You could actually probably know something. You could even draw upon your profession knowledge, actually.
Right.
Because your profession entails a lot of things that are connected to magical or whatever kind of beings. You could roll your profession, Hermetist, and Talok lore.
Both? Or just one of them?
No, both of them.
All right.
And you can add your intelligence bonus and the value in intelligence. So basically, let me check your
It's a lot of
so +6
calculating
in total.
All right.
So your dice +6.
That's 4 plus, that's a 10.
So no single 4.
No, I got a 1 and a 3 plus
Jesus.
6.
Okay. So that was a 10, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you're nearly 100% sure that this being is, yeah, some sort of Talok infested creature. That's, I mean, that's that's basically bloody obvious. You kind of think it might be something that is called a care or a Karen, not Karen, not the guys who want to call the manager or whatever. Karen with an E.
All right.
Those creatures are normally like, there are a lot of legends about them, that they kind of they scourge the battlefields and feed on the fallen soldiers and stuff like that. So there are a couple of pretty nasty stories about those beings, but in general, they are not as interested in warm and flesh that still has a beating heart attached to it. So they're more of the, let's say, scavenger type of
All right.
creature. creature.
Just because I am blue and bald doesn't mean I know anything about it. But I do, alright? But don't mix me with anything like that again, alright? But you can still ask me, but I'll answer, I guess.
Mhm.
That is a Karen, I think. It looks like one. No, I don't look like one. That looks like it's been changed into one from what it once was, which was not related to me at all, maybe. And they're usually it shouldn't be attacking living things. They're kind of like other scavenge animals that I don't know the name of in this universe.
No, they scavenge every like they're regular scavengers. So that would be vultures, for example,
All right,
or
all right.
I don't know, jackals or something like that. But there are also, of course, a lot of creatures that you don't know the names of.
I'm sure that just because it's a scavenger, those razor sharp teeth definitely can make me past tense. So
Yeah.
door stays closed.
Yeah. So, but it
Um,
stays awfully quiet after the few attempts of opening the door again.
We have some non-warm beating heart meat laying around.
Maybe that.
Stew!
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a little bit of stew that's probably by now cold.
Trap.
we could use the stew to bait it.
Yeah. Or just paid
I
monthly
go-
to leave us alone.
I go raid the kitchen.
Yeah. Okay.
Ask Taylor's first. Don't just steal his things.
He's maybe
By
asleep,
now,
hopefully.
they're sleeping probably. I mean,
I go raid the kitchen. Um, and pour like a large bowl of cold stew,
yeah.
and
Alright.
myself a glass of milk,
Are
which
we,
I
are
quickly
we
chuck
getting in
before
the
going back.
predator situation, but just the other way around? Like you coat yourself in stew to make yourself more visible for the creature.
No, I just
Okay.
Yo.
yeah, I just pour the stew in a bowl.
Okay. And then you try to feed it like a stray, like put like a bowl in front of the porch.
Open
And
the
see what
windows,
happens?
put it on the windowsill.
Question about the infestational thing. Does it travel to other like is it infectious when it already has a host?
Not necessary. No. In general,
Right.
it works like that. Whenever this is common knowledge, by the way.
Yeah.
Whenever a creature dies, be it a mammal, be it a
Marsupial.
bird, be it a humanoid, there is a chance that Talok actually can enter the body.
Alright.
So this is just a normal thing that happens. So in general, no, but of course, if this thing kills something and the body is intact enough to be infested by another Talok, of course, it's possible that it spreads, but it doesn't spread like an infectious disease. It's not like a
Alright.
zombie.
So like ghost
Virus.
possession zombies.
Yeah, in a way. For example, creatures could like Talok could also turn into sirens. Like if sailors drown, a Talok could alter the body over a course
This
of
just
time.
happened to turn into a Karen.
No, it doesn't have to. There are a lot of different creatures that can.
Oh yeah, I'm saying this
Mm.
one happened to turn into a.
This one happened to turn into a Karen, yeah.
Alright.
Wait,
Which
if it's not entering, is that route actually working?
Or it just knocked and left because it didn't know we're in here, or it couldn't break in. How strong does it look like it is? Did it
What,
look
again?
like the Karen? Did it look to be physically strong?
it looked it's pretty nimble. I
Okay.
mean, it probably could maybe. Yeah, I mean, it has sharp claws, so.
Well,
could
the
probably do
claws,
something.
but outside of that, I'm thinking there's a window right over there, right? So what's stopping it from jumping in a window or something? Why is it knocking on doors and just leaving?
It's like a bird. You know, it's killed if it hits a window or something. Yeah.
Also, maybe we should go do our job and actually take care of it instead of standing in
We
here.
we are
complaining about it.
jobbing very well right here. We're strategizing. All right. We're making.
That's why I got the stew, so we
That's
can
why it
set a
has the
trap
stew.
for it.
Oh, I thought you
Exactly.
were just hungry. Oh, I get. You guys have a plan. I see. Iselda's
Yeah, of
always the
course.
one who doesn't know what's happening.
We know. All right. We're just gonna put the stew out there and then shoot it with magic or something. What's like the actual game plan here? Do we have? I mean, we know what we're doing. To anyone who might be awake and watching this.
If you are awake, please go to sleep. Thank you.
Yeah. Exactly.
You have a long day of gathering peat tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody would barge in right now, it would be a very funny sight. Two people talking about something, while the third one is holding a bowl of cold stew in his hand and drinking
They would
milk
know
with the
it's
other
cold.
one.
Drinking milk with the other one while holding two swords in
Yeah.
their two other hands. Like
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll open the door again and like just a smidge so I can just peer out and see if it's still there.
You can also, I mean, you could basically peer out of one of the windows, as you said. I mean, the windows are their shutters, right, and they're shut, of course, and
Mm.
they're also locked. But there are like tiny gaps between the boards. So
Oh
you could
yes,
probably...
that sounds way more intelligent than my proposal.
You're welcome, I guess.
Thank you. I would like to look out through the slit and be like, is
Okay,
Alan
so
still there?
make in that case also perception and alertness would be
Ooh,
the way to
perception.
go.
There. That's one. And alertness. Where did that hide itself?
Skills, physical, the very first one,
Okay, so I have an entire 2 dice. That's great.
which might be enough if you
2
roll high enough.
fours.
What? See,
Whoa.
there you go. There you go. Perception and alertness 2 now for you, and it's an 8. And what's your perception bonus as for your species? What is it?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nil.
Oh wow, that much.
Void.
Okay, so
0.
8. But as far as I remember, no, you're not the physical profession. Okay, so that's just an 8, but it's still okay. At least enough to know that there's nobody standing in front of the door anymore. So while you peek out, it's pretty dark, but
Well, your Talok cousin is no longer outside the door, so we can place the stew.
All right. Where do we place it, and what is the plan afterwards? Do we jump it, tackle it? Do we have?
Well, I thought you said it yourself. You see, Ethan over here is gonna jump it. You're gonna blast it with magic, and I don't know, write you a song about how great you did.
Thank you, thank you.
I am expecting Ethan to do most of the job. Let me be completely honest.
What if all right, Ethan? If I accidentally shoot something at you, it was aiming at you, all right, because I don't miss, all right. Just to make that clear.
okay,
I've
Okay.
had many men say that. But...
if I accidentally hit you with one of my Talfara,
Your what?
my weapons.
Yeah, all right. So
If I accidentally hit you with a blade, just know it was intended for you as well.
well, that's good to know, I guess.
You two say you're trained to sleep outside and eat cold stew, yet you're incapable of controlling your weapons or your magic.
No, I'm not. No,
I'll
I'm
take care
very
of it, actually. Just
I'm very capable of magicking things with my magical arcana hands and mind. My big blue head. You know, my big blue head actually concentrates magic from around the area and like bounces off any disturbances because it's so shiny and bald.
While Brill is ranting about their big blue head, Ethan has put down the milk and opened the door, and like placed the stew outside while readying their weapons for a surprise attack against the thing.
You want to keep the door open, so you just hide in the door frame, kinda, and just wait.
Sort of, yes. Just wait for it to come get the stew or attack us. You know, whichever comes first.
You're in for quite the wait then. You place the stew out there. You ready yourself. And at some point, maybe a stray cat comes through the fog.
Get away!
No! Don't send it away. Iselma would like to run out and grab the cat.
Yeah.
And we're bringing it into the tavern where it's safe.
So.
And then I'd like to look at the other two and be like, are we sure we're doing this correctly? Because until now, we've seen a talent and I have a cat.
Plan B. Alright. We give you the stew. We give you some pots which you place on yourself. You need to take a little spoon and you ding, ding, ding. Come here, I am bait. And then we, sit back and get ready to jump in again. But now you're live bait. You're cold live bait because cold steel equals no heart. Maybe. Does it like steel?
Not particularly.
I was also about to be like, you're the Arcanist, tell me.
Counter argument. We go around from door to door. Listen for the knocks. And then we charge the thing knocking the doors once.
If it's scared of being hunted, then doesn't that just solve our whole problem? Just make people hunt it at night, and then it doesn't do it. All right, let's go hunt it, I guess.
Okay.
I mean...
Sure.
Okay, if no one's gonna eat... Okay, if the thing isn't gonna eat the stew, I am. And then I take the stew back up and eat the stew.
Did you just be...
The cat is looking at you with a little bit of envy in its eyes.
No.
I put Gertrude down. Yes, I've named the cat already. Don't worry about it. I guess we need to attract it. Do you think it'll come if there's some sort of like sound it can go towards? Like,
they're also scavengers. They may be scared of too much noise. You're an actress. You can like play a dying deer laying on the ground in pain, about to, see the light.
Well, I can play dead, and I'm pretty good at playing dead. I would like to tell you, actually. I can try to just lay dead out there and see if it'll work. But if it starts attacking and you hit me with some sort of fire, I will write you out of all of our epics.
I mean, we could also just like... There's a heavy fog out there. We could just sneak.
Yeah, like, true. When you say it like that.
Brill, you're the Arcanist. Can't you just, like, put a veil of fog over us so
a veil of fog over the
us?
veil of fog? Excuse me.
Well, to blend in.
Blend. We can already blend in with the fog that's already here, right? Are you gonna cover the fog with fog?
Okay,
Yeah, it's
you
like
know what?
fighting fire with fire. It's like covering fog with fog. There you go.
I
I'll
can
just-
try, I guess.
I think I'll just start going out there, you guys, and she'll just slowly start backing out the door.
All right.
Okay, so
Ethan is going with Yusima.
by now it's probably round about midnight. Um, it's really really foggy. It's hard even to see your hand in front of your face. Uh, one of you, Brill to be precise, has infrared vision. So you're the only one
Oh.
that kind of is not completely blind in this environment. The other ones have a hard time to even tell bottom from sky.
All right. My head might be blue, but my vision is red for now.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna puke. That's
all right. Do I see anything? Do we all go out? I assume so.
You tell me, but I guess yes.
All right. We all start heading out very sneakily.
Yeah.
And I would like to see if I can see anything or hear anything.
Um, yeah, I mean, if you want to see something that out of the ordinary, you will also have to make a perception alertness roll, just to be sure to see anything.
All right. I'll do that.
I have drawn all my weapons and just stand ready near near the party to
Just to make sure that I make myself clear enough. When you ready your weapons, the fog is that thick that you can't see the tip of your blades.
And you want me to
Oh,
thicken the fog?
okay.
So it's basically it's extremely thick fog.
All right, get your butt
Okay.
buddies. You have the cat. All right, so I'll have Ethan.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe we should make it so that we can see in the fog.
Yeah, so you want to unfog the fog. That sounds way better than fogging the fog. All right,
Yeah.
maybe I should try. All right, I'm gonna try my
But
awareness
you're the
first.
one who knows magic, not me.
I know that clearly shows, even though we can't see. Let's see. What?
That's going in the book.
You don't have to be rude about it.
Not being rude. I'm being logical here. Awareness. That's where in physical alertness. Am I looking for that?
Alertness is the skill, and perception the attribute for an awareness roll.
Perception is. All right, so I have a 3 dice and +4. That's good,
Perfect.
but I don't roll good usually. Ooh, I rolled good. Nice. That's a 6 + 3. That's a 9 + 4, so a 13.
13. Okay, that's a good roll, yeah. So, I mean, of course, there are a couple of, I don't know, rodents, critters, typical small-sized creatures, warmer than the environment, so you can see them scatter around. You think that in the distance, maybe 15, 20 meters from your current position, that there's something taller moving away from you guys. Not very fast, but like in a normal pace. Let's say.
So I kind of see the silhouette of it, or do I just know that
Yeah,
there's something?
I mean, we're back at the Predator movie again. Like infrared, you can see like there's a warm spot, a warm silhouette,
All right.
warm figure.
Is it hunched over?
Hunched over, probably roundabout human sized, but pretty far away already.
I found it. It's hunching itself away slowly. We could catch it if we.
I have a very dumb idea, but the two of you will have to trust me.
Mm,
So
Alright.
if we need to ambush this thing somehow, you two should probably start hiding now, and I would like to take my harp from my belt.
Alright. You want me to unfog the fog before you do that?
Yeah, preferably.
Alright. Is there a box or something we can hide behind? Or a wagon?
I mean, there are a couple of houses, there are a couple of front yards with a little bit of fences around, or
Right.
thicker fences or something like that. You can just kind of hide behind one of those fences, or in the bushes.
Right.
So there are plenty of opportunities and hiding places to hide yourself. So if you want to unfog the fog, that would be an area spell. So the focus would be area, and I would say the school would be alteration.
Alright, so that's an alteration area. Where can I find my area thing?
It should be under your magic.
It's under foci.
Yeah, foci.
Yeah, that's
area.
alteration. So that's a 2 plus something. Is it plus something?
3. The magic base value is 3. So you can basically the base difficulty will be at 8 if you wanna kind of unfog the area around her. If you want to unfog the area around yourself, it's probably going to be a little bit more like a 2 square meter or 4 square meter radius, 2 meter radius around her. Would be a difficulty of 8.
All right, I'll try doing that then.
Plus maybe a little bit of a.
Ethan, we go behind the fence. You hide behind the fence. I hide behind you, and I would like to cast a spell. And I go, fog of unfogment.
Fog of. Yeah.
And I would like.
Yeah.
So it's whatever I roll plus 3, right? Because
yes.
Yeah.
So you should roll at least 5.
All right. Yeah, I rolled at least 5. I rolled 5. I got 1 and 1, and then plus 3.
Jesus! But you take 20 withdrawal.
Alright, that's great. That's good.
Okay.
Wait, let me open up notes real quick.
So, with that said, 20 for you lowers your. Yeah, okay. You also have 20 more to go. Okay, so it is. Let's say it is kind of a little bit. Let's say it adds to the eeriness of the situation, because now there's like this 2 times 2 meter area which is completely fog free, and above and to all the other sides of you are walls of fog. While you prepare to play your harp, I guess.
Yes, I would like to do some dumb shit, because that's what I specialize in.
Good.
And I start playing my harp, my little harp hide out, in an attempt to see if I could potentially use some magic on this Talok, and lure it to focus on me.
Okay, well, do you, let's say the first things first. Do you, if you want to use music, you could use music in literal, like you could actually make a roll.
Oh.
Right? If you want to, which means you would roll on your performer profession, and then there should be one skill in your performer profession that I think it's called music or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So you should have 2 dice total.
Yes.
And you can add your value and bonus in charisma.
Oh, okay, okay. So that is
2 dice plus.
charisma, yes, plus the performer, plus the music.
So you roll 2 dice and you have 3 points you can
Yes.
add to that. Okay.
That will be 6 plus my 1, so 7? I think.
6 plus 1 is 7, yeah.
Yes. me math not good.
No, I mean, the thing is like you roll 2 dice and then you add
Yes.
3 to that. So,
Aha, yes.
and is one of the dice a 4?
No.
Ah, that's sad. Okay, so you take out your harp and
Get
play.
over here.
Well,
Please don't kill
let's say
me.
a tune that would at least convince drunk people in a tavern to tip you a little bit. It's probably not the best performance you could give, but it's a solid performance that hopefully also the neighbors in the houses might enjoy, because you probably will wake them up by now. So you play and then you wait, anticipating something, probably a creature attacking you. And nothing happens.
Is it still there? Can you see it? Can you like see through the non-fog?
No. I cannot see through the non-fog, nor your fog of unfogging. Because there is no creature here, and there's still just a box of fog around me.
I
And a
I
box of
can't see
non-fog, right?
anything.
And a box of non-fog, yes, in fact. But
All
there
right.
is no creature. Your cousin has not come by. Can you see it? Because I can see nothing.
All right. I peek from the box or fence.
Yeah.
And
No.
uh-oh. It's not there anymore. I mean,
Well,
that's
I mean, the thing is as follows. Though now that your initial plan kind of failed, you can still see that there are very treacherous marks on the floor. I mean, there are tracks you could follow practically, because it's a pretty. I mean, as I said, it's a swampy area, so the roads there are not paved. It's not like a imperial high road or some shit like that. It's
Well,
just a path. So, and it's pretty
all right.
clear that you can see some footsteps or paw steps or whatever you want to call that out in that uh, path you could follow.
All right. Just
Well.
as anticipated, we scared it off, and we should
Yeah.
now maybe track it, since I do see some
Are you telling me
footprints.
it's running from my harp playing?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Chase it. You want to die?
Me?
I've killed people for
Girl-
less. I start walking.
Bro,
Uh,
bro, for better or worse, I say we start running.
have you seen? Does she kill people? I did. All right, let's keep going.
So, it is pretty hard, of course, to follow those tracks in the dark, in the fog.
Could have maybe bring people with us. But this is fine. We have a cat, so
You have a cat, and you will be fine. I think the first sight of danger, that cat is gonna ditch you and leave the
it's
group
an
again.
alarm.
It's I was about to say that's an alarm system right there.
but
That's
anyway,
fucking genius.
I think nobody of you has anything like tracking. Like you don't. There's no one with a special skill that is part of their profession. So whoever feels comfortable, perception-wise and survival-wise, they may roll those two.
I mean, I have 2 dice plus 4 in perception. But if big man Ethan here has something in survival since he's a big dude. I don't know.
I actually have the survival skill.
Oh,
Yeah, you have the survival skill. Everybody has, but the question is, do you have a significant higher amount of dice for that?
No, I have the exact same bonuses that
wait, where is
that Bro
survival? In
has.
which skill?
You get a +1 for your profession, though.
Oh, because I
Alright.
have I'm a
Physical.
warrior.
Yeah.
So I'm slightly better.
Yeah.
And more in this set of skills, let's say. All right, I can do stuff too. Oh, all right.
I'm just gonna stay quiet about my dice amount because I think it's way funnier that she can't even see her own feet right now. She'll just be like, "I don't know what you're seeing. I'm just following you."
So,
Literally just tugging at the shirt of Ethan.
Okay, so just to be sure, I roll the dice of my attribute and my skill.
Yeah.
And then I add my racial bonus and my profession bonus. So
Yes.
that's 3 dice plus 5.
Yep.
Well, let's go. That is 10.
No, well, that's okay, I guess. I mean,
I didn't roll
considering the
very well.
circumstances and all. You guys have a hard time, of course, to make out all those tracks, but you after a while you get used to to anticipate, let's say, where the creature is heading, just according to the position of the foot, and it kind of makes sense to you. So after let's say the first initial few steps, which are quite hard, you get used to it, and you can actually follow the tracks in a let's say moderate speed. And after a while, let's say the night goes on. The fog also lessens a little bit. So at some point, it's a bit easier to see your feet and everything that might have and all the tracks to your feet. So and after, yeah, if it seems to follow the regular path, you also came into the village for a little while, and then actually goes basically into the swamp. So it leaves the path and goes into the swamp, which makes it a little bit easier to follow the trail, because it also leaves like broken branches and that kind of stuff. So you don't have to necessarily just look on the floor anymore, but you find a lot of indicators where this creature could have gone. And in the early morning hours, you're in the middle of the swamp, and the sun is basically rising again. You reach a little, let's say, island in this swamp, and you kind of, I mean, you're up all night. You're a little bit exhausted by now.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Maybe we should have told the people we were going out so they don't think we're dead yet. Does anyone have paper so I can make a paper? I don't think airplanes are a thing in this world, are there? I can make a paper bird and wind it in the general direction.
Maybe the cat finds the way back home. Maybe you can attach some note on her. I don't know.
Do we have paper? Make paper. I don't know.
Yeah, you could make paper.
I could make paper. I'm gonna make paper. All right.
I was about to look you into the eyes and ask you dead ass if you were asking me for paper. Do you know how expensive paper is? Do you think I'm running around with that shit?
I mean, you write stuff.
No,
you?
I memorize it.
That's lame. I mean, of course, unless you have a big bald blue head, which can hold a lot of.
I'd like to use mimicry.
So,
my blue
by
head.
the way, now that you mention it, I just want to remind each one of you that you also have a species power. Mimicry helps you to basically just cast an illusion that makes you look like something or somebody else.
I would like to look
Um,
like Brill.
You could look like Brill, yeah.
Yeah.
You could try at least. It also alters. It also alters any other types of waves that are coming from your body. So also sound waves, which means you could even kind of sound like Brill.
That's great.
Yes,
If
this is
you,
great.
if you, however, for example, turn into Ethan,
Hmm.
2 of your 4 forearms would be just fake. So if somebody gives you, it like wants to shake hands and takes one of the ones that are actually not there, they would realize
Yeah.
it's just an illusion. So then we have Brill. You have Sunrakam, which is basically something similar to a Berserker Rage, without the berserking. So you buffing, you're hulking up in a way, like Hulk
Right.
or She-Hulk. And you also get some regenerative power. So you regenerate stamina and health
All right, that's
per
great.
round. So this is also pretty good, which kind of gives you a little bit of an edge when it comes to casting. And Shara, Ethan is like that's a symbiote you have in your body, and you can awaken it, and then it's easier for you to magically manipulate emotion or mind. So
Okay.
that
So,
might
so I
come in
can.
handy later. So I just thought I'd remind you guys that you have those things.
Mhm.
And now
Right.
that we
Good to know.
are done with that, you actually wanted to create a tiny scrap of paper, magically summon something like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you turn into me or look like me?
I absolutely will.
All right.
I don't
okay.
hesitate.
So, but anyway, that would be object
Huh?
and invocation.
Object and invocation. So that's 1 plus, or like 1 die. That's 2 die plus something. Yeah, plus 3. All right. That's 4 and a 1 plus 3.
See the 4. What was the 4? Object or invocation?
Object, I think.
So now you raised object from 1 to 2. So you raised your. Now you can also cast object spells a little bit better.
Look at me, I'm creating paper.
All of a sudden, I respect you way more.
So, what was the total again? 8 again?
Wait, that's 4 plus 1. That's 5. Yeah, 8.
Okay, you create like a tiny scrap of paper, maybe like 5 centimeters, square centimeters, something like that. I don't know. I mean, I could try to fit some valuable information on that.
Look,
Help.
paper.
Can you also conjure some ink, or I don't know, maybe a piece of cloth for your mouth so you can shut up?
I mean, I could. That's how good I am at magicating things.
Oh,
And I
I did not
absolutely
get enough
will.
sleep for this.
I would like to try create ink.
Oh my god. Bye, Missa.
Okay, so try same amount of dice. No, not same amount. Same school, same focus.
Still object. I
One
have
more
2.
die. So who
Yeah.
knows?
All right. It's just like making fire. You have to really. And I make ink, and I want it to land on the paper if it works.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm already seeing how this is gonna go wrong.
Great. All right. I got a 1, and I got a 1, and I got a 1 plus 3. So that's a 6.
Well, that's not enough. You that you got more dice now, and now you're failing the spell.
That just means I get more 1s. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, and but when you take withdrawal, right? I mean, you took the full withdrawal for the first one, and you take the full withdrawal for the second one because you failed it.
Uh-oh.
It's not you're dazed. That's basically it. You close to being dazed. But I mean, how high are the chances that in the next scene or in this scene you have to encounter something that you might
What?
use magic
Nothing.
again?
That's not.
That's not gonna happen, right? So so no, your full withdrawal is 30, so you still have like 10 left.
I had 8. You're talking
No,
about psych,
that
right?
was a different scene. That was in the tavern.
Oh,
That's
all
long
right.
gone. So you have 30 now.
All right. Wait. So it goes up.
From 100 down. So your 100 is your maximum, and then you take withdrawal, and for you the threshold is 60, and then you get dazed. So
Or
you subtract it from 100,
is it
and
my
now you have
health, endurance, or psych we're talking about?
endurance.
All right. Endurance. All right. That makes sense. I thought it was psych because psychic.
No, that
magic.
would
All
be
right.
then that's the part where you really go insane at some point. So you
All right. All
don't
right.
really want that to be the one we take withdrawal.
All right. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so he still has this tiny scrap of paper, but there's no ink.
Well, it's invisible ink. You didn't specify, so I just made.
Mm.
That's
I
I can
see.
make things invisible. Ink invisible too. That's
Could you make yourself invisible and disappear, please?
I could, but I'm not made of ink, so not yet.
Oh, so you can only make ink invisible. I
Yeah.
see. What a talent! I pat him on the shoulder as I continue on our road.
It's really cool ink though, right? I mean,
Yes, very cool ink. You go. Yes.
So
right, little cat. Listen, we have paper, and wait, do we have anything to write with? I mean, guess I could stamp someone and use their blood for it.
Also, when I stab
Is-
people, it's a problem. But
Is there mud nearby? It's a
yeah,
swamp.
I mean you're in a swamp. You could use dirt. You could use
I
anything.
grab a little stick and I poke it in the mud,
Yeah.
and I like try to see if I can write something with it.
I mean the scrap of paper is pretty thin. The swamp itself is more like a bog. So it's really thick, darkish water. So
I'm
you
not
could write
gonna
something.
wet. I'm not. I can. I don't want to like ruin the paper.
Okay.
The question is just,
I
what would you write on this teensy tiny sheet of paper that I just love if groups do stuff like that. So what
ERB.
YOLO
be right back.
help?
It's a small piece of paper. I don't know if I can fit a lot on that. And
No,
we're
you
gonna.
can't. That's the thing.
this
So,
is
How big is it? The sheet of paper, like this big.
yeah.
I.
Okay, you could definitely fit something like a bit of writing on there, like a sentence.
You're the musician. Wait, no, you don't write, so your handwriting doesn't matter.
I have an idea. I would like to
good.
try and conjure a piece of coal, as like a tiny stick of coal that
Yeah.
you could write with.
Yeah.
Also, have my endurance recovered?
Yeah.
Since I ate some food?
Everybody who took endurance damage has recovered fully from the tavern scene to this one.
Awesome. I would like to try to conjure a tiny piece of coal. What would that be? Would that be
Object and invocation?
Awesome. I got better at those.
Yeah, I remember. I was there.
I love your humanic. It's great.
So it's 4 dice plus 3 because magic.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That is a whopping 10.
10. Well, that's enough to summon a teensy tiny stick of coal, like the ones you can buy in a drawing shop for sketches.
And
Yeah.
I like
A little bit of
I
charcoal.
I hand it to Brill, like very proud of myself. Like, here you go, Brill. That's how it's done.
Yeah, well, you know, I made invisible ink, so that's 2 spells in 1. Invisible and ink. And this is really like I've seen this on like I could find this, you know, in a mountain. Coals are in mountains, right? Yeah. Could find that somewhere. You know, I could
But
make charcoal from the tree right there, you know. But
yeah, but
thank
now
you.
you have it.
Yeah, now I would have had it at some point, but thank you, I guess. I could, yeah. And I write stuff. I would like to write
We're not dead yet.
Soon.
we're not dead yet, hunting the creature right now.
Yeah.
Cat is a proof of we're alive.
Okay.
This is some kind of serial killer-esque note by this point.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that. It has a certain vibe to it.
Does the cat have like collar?
No, somebody has to summon that. No,
No.
it's I don't really care. I mean, you can even take like just a little bit of, I don't know, a straw or something, and then bind something around the leg.
Yeah.
It's
Alright.
there's nothing. There's enough stuff in the environment you can use to just strap this note onto the cat and hope
Alright.
that it's gonna find its way back to the village,
Probably.
which it probably will.
They have soup there and want soup. so-
Yeah, I mean, she probably is still extremely hungry because she was not able to eat that cold stew.
Uh-oh. All right, listen to me. You are gonna. You will do this. You will make it. You are the people's only hope of having hope. By
Yeah.
knowing that we're still out here. All right, pat, put it down. Push it.
I'm losing more and more hope the more words you speak.
Well, you're the one who's supposed to do the talking, and I don't know if you speak cat or not, but I clearly do. Look at him go.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it had an agenda now. I don't know which agenda, but
Is it running in the right
He's just
direction?
getting more stew.
probably.
All right.
No, but anyway, it is in the morning hours. The sun has set. You can kind of assess the situation. You lost the tracks. So that's like the basic problem. So somehow the tracks just vanished in the middle of the swamp.
We might need the
Okay.
cat.
No.
Or you
no.
could just call for your cousin.
Are you
Alright.
still looking like Brill? Is this like
Oh, right. Sorry. Give him a. Huh, much better. Less
Not much.
blue.
Blue is power.
Blue is sad.
You know,
I think
pretty
just-
cheerful blue.
Ethan just looks at you like, did you really have to, like, really? Okay, well, I think they also look a bit confused, like looking from Brill to Yusima to Brill.
Yeah, I
Um,
changed and I look like her now. I mean, I'm not Brill. I am not Brill.
Oh,
I'm
I
not the
mean,
real
you
Brill.
could never do these curves justice.
And neither can you. So you know, it's a win-win.
Okay.
I'm
That's-
Psych down to freaking 0.
Let's try and find the
Okay,
the,
have we
the
considered
creature.
that if it's not walking anymore, that it either started flying or that it started digging?
Is there a hole in the ground?
Is there
Presumably
a hole
nearby.
where your brain was supposed to be?
I mean, the
Yes,
thing is
and it
that
fits in there perfectly. Thank you.
there's as I said, it's a very swampy area now, so there are a lot of there's a lot of water in there, which is treacherous, of course, because some of it might be just, I don't know, knee deep or ankle deep, and next thing you know, you're like up until your,
Submerged.
yeah, you're pretty much. So it might just know the area, uh,
It
Hmm.
might
but
just,
it's
It might have jumped
but you
over
know,
something.
maybe took a swim.
dive down.
That's not concerning at all, thinking that it could be in the water around us.
Yeah, not concerning at all.
Right.
Okay.
So, is there like water in front of us where the footsteps disappeared?
Yeah, there's like you're on some sort of island, or I mean, you can't really say archipelago. I mean, it's just like a kind of island thing, and to three sides there's basically swamp and water, so
All right.
it could have went into three different directions. So you get the shoreline, which is still uh, quite safe,
Okay.
you guess.
All right. Ethan, my good friend Ethan, you are tallest one of us all. If this rock, I pick up a rock, does not, show us how deep the water is, you might just have to. All right. Speaking of a logical point here, or we could take a tree and throw it at the other side. But
Okay.
I trust you more than
I
a
go
log.
find like a like a huge large stick
Yeah.
that I can use for testing the depth of the water
Okay.
with.
All right, we
That
might
sounds
not
like
have to sacrifice Ethan just yet.
um
Um.
so you could use your survival skill one more time, and use perception again, this to just
Perception. Okay.
find something suitable.
If I roll all fours with an attribute, does it also go
Yeah,
up? Oh,
any game value represented by your dice, if there's only fours, it's gonna increase.
that is nice. I rolled all threes on all of them. That doesn't count for anything, but
No,
it is
it looks
pretty good.
cool, but that's all there is to it.
Um, and I have a plus, so that is 9 plus 5. That is 14.
14. Well, I mean, there are a couple of trees and saplings and whatnot in the area, so it takes you just a few mere minutes to find something that is suitable, and also something that won't crack easily. So, because if you, I don't know, put it in there and then it just cracks and you're in the middle of the swamp, that would have been bad, wouldn't it? So,
Yes, it would.
I guess you found something which is pretty sturdy and long enough.
I go poking around to see like where it might be safe to tread and like start searching for where it might have where it might have begun to swim, like
Yeah.
from the shoreline.
I mean, in general, the tracks just kind of ended in the middle of this island. Um,
In the middle of it.
yeah,
Hmm.
And we would like to look around us to see if it's somewhere lurking and watching us. Is there still fog, by the way?
if you want, you could. There's no fog anymore. No.
Right.
If you want, you could also roll perception and.
Right.
Oh no, for you it's alertness, not survival.
Alertness. So perception plus alertness.
Yeah.
That is here. All right. So it's 1 plus. Okay, so that's 3 dice total. Let's see. Ooh, and that is a. Oh wait, I got a 4 and a 2 on my perception, but I need to have both 4s, right?
Yes.
To have it, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a 6 plus 3, so it's a 9 plus 4, so 13.
Okay. So while you are kind of trying to figure out why the tracks kind of seem to stop here and maybe search for some sort of a hole in the ground or some entrance to a cave or whatnot, you realize that um, you find different tracks. That
Guys, I did find different tracks.
that they kind of resemble a humanoid or human or Kiana in that case, barefoot.
I think they lost their shoes.
Somebody lost their shoes. Oh no. I mean,
Uh,
looking around, nobody of you is barefoot, so it can't be your tracks.
All right, it must have lost its shoes. Are they? Do their footprints look bigger than shoe prints, or just the same size?
I mean, the creature itself had like typical like paw prints, and now you
All
found
right.
footprints.
Wait, it had paw prints. Do I have paw feet?
No.
All right.
Can you summon Talok?
Can I?
Well,
You
No.
more so as a
Bring one.
question, like in general in this world, can a Talok be summoned?
Yeah, actually, it can be summoned. I'm not sure if you have the knowledge that it can be summoned, but it
Yeah.
can be summoned.
So I will just loudly ask our dear Arcanist here.
Yeah, and I mean, for the Arcanists, it shouldn't. You can just roll to see if you can raise the skill, but you don't need to roll to get that information. So just
All right,
roll.
I'll roll. What would I be rolling again?
Your Hermetist and Talok lore.
This.
It should be 2 dice.
All right, 2 different ones, right?
Yeah.
I'm just looking for Hermetist and what Talok.
Talok lore.
All right. Yeah. +3. Yeah.
Yeah, the +3. We don't mind that. Just see if there's a 4 or 2.
I got a 4 in Talok lore.
Okay, so you can raise that. You do know that there's, of course, the possibility to summon Talok. In general, it's just you have to have a body ready,
Uh-oh.
and then you can force a Talok in that body. Those
I will be
creatures that
right back.
are basically created like that, they're more like undead than like an actual mystical creature. So the Talok is barely able to keep the body sustained, so they kind of rot after a while. The wounds they might get, they can't close them again. They can't heal the bodies anymore. So it is kind of possible, but not, and probably not in the sense that you meant by that question.
All right. I'm thinking that maybe someone is making these in a way. How long did we know how long this had been going on? This town?
Did you ask? I mean, you weren't very inquisitive. I might.
No, I don't think.
But it at least seemed like it was not like the last couple of days. It seemed more like a occurrence that it's been a while.
Oh wait, they did tell us something. I think. Not like the exact date, but like yeah, similar to it's been going on for a while.
It's going on for a while, so might be a few weeks probably.
Yeah. All right. And do I know how long it takes a body to rot?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it depends on how much damage they actually take. So if the body stays in pristine condition, It might be faster. It might take longer. Otherwise, it's gonna take a little longer than that. Um, weeks, sometimes even more than just weeks.
All right. But the creature we saw, did that look rotten or something? It smelled
Nah, no, no.
horrible when it breathed. All right. So that did not look rotten.
So but the thing is that there are different other possibilities. I mean, you did hear of, let's say, at least rumors, or some of the scrolls you've read, that there's the slight possibility that, for example, artifacts can also be imbued with a Talok spirit,
All right.
and you could technically curse creatures by
How
using
big
those
did you
artifacts.
say that those like footprints were of the barefoot person?
I didn't get that. Sorry. What did you say?
How big are the barefooted footprints?
It's yeah, like a like definitely adult person.
Might be.
You're not that skilled in
Yeah,
tracking,
that's
but
fair.
you would probably assume uh adult, maybe between 160 and 170 in height.
All right, it might. The older woman was like about 40 something.
Yeah.
This might. Her son, was it her son? Right, it was a son, not a daughter. I can't remember.
Her daughter was missing.
Her daughter. All
Her
right.
daughter was the person that kind of got snatched by the creature, allegedly.
All right. And we did not know how old the daughter was, right?
As I said, you were awfully inquisitive.
All right.
I mean, she's in her 40s.
Yeah.
Her daughter probably maybe late teens, early 20s, something around there.
This might be a human. Could be. Not sure how likely, but maybe if we stretch things out, or try to not stretch things out and make this more easier for us. This might be the daughter. She might have gotten snatched at some point by that creature, and that creature seemed to have come here at least once, which is now. So it might have went here or been here before. Maybe, or maybe not, with or without the daughter as well.
So, and while we're at that, I would say it's round about noon. We can take a small break of half an hour ish, probably, to
All right.
just get hydrated, do whatever we have to do, and we shall be back at 12:30 ish.
All right.
Sounds good.
Cool.
I'm not gonna confuse that with my time zone, but yeah. All right.
In half an hour, basically.
No, yeah, I know.
We're gonna be back in half an hour.
All right.
Welcome back, I guess. We were about to figure things out, I think. So, Brill,
Yeah.
what are you planning to do? Or what are you guys in general are planning to do with the information? Are you trying to figure something out?
Kinda. Do these footprints that I found lead somewhere?
Well, that's the thing. The footprints actually do lead into the swamp. So,
Okay. All right. Looks like the swamp is the way to go. I think maybe we can like get
I
a few big logs and stack them to a bridge, or we can throw Ethan in the water and make him test it first. Then that would also work.
Ethan kind of takes a step closer to you and just looks down at you from the 2 meter
But
and something.
but we can always go back to the bridge idea. Not that we you know. Bridge is great. We can do the bridge. The bridge is awesome. I can even make the bridge. That's
Right. Let's
Okay.
do that. And Ethan starts to like test the swamp in the area where Brill pointed out the footprints to see if we can just walk through.
yeah.
And where it might be like safe to tread.
I mean, there's still a slight chance that at some point you will lead you or your group into some sort of predicament. But in general, with all the precautions you take, you kind of manage to find halfly safe surfaces to tread on. Um, what you guys, I mean, it's tedious though, right? I mean, it takes a long, each
Yes.
step sometimes takes a minute or to just find the right way. And you're meandering through the swamp because of course you can't go a straight line at any given point. What you do realize though is that you're not only getting deeper and deeper into the swamp area itself, but also that you get closer and closer to a forested area ahead of you, which um, yeah seems to be I mean, you don't have any tracks to follow, right? I mean, the only thing you're doing, just to be 100% clear, the only thing you're doing is you're trying to find safe ground to walk on and go further into the swamp. Is there anything else you guys want to do while you mainly do this?
How like the water we would have to cross or the swamp
Yeah.
area? How far is it
Well, it's
to
an
the other side?
extensive swamp. I mean, people are peat farmers, right? I mean, this is a huge swampy area. I mean, the swamp basically is wherever you look, you find swamp.
Yeah, I was talking about like, is there no small water we had to cross, or is it all just like swamp on different levels?
Right now, it's you're in basically you're in a plain swamp area for like you would guess that like in a couple of maybe a kilometer the forested area starts. So it's quite a walk until you actually reach that. But you don't even know if that's your destination, right? I mean, this is like this is the next thing that is not swamp, which is which is like the only landmark you have. Okay, there are trees over there.
All right, all
I
right.
guess this is our
Right.
heading now. I don't know. I mean,
Um,
otherwise it's a lot of swamp and high grass, tall grass, of course.
after
What are they
after
called?
having walked for like
Cattails. Are they called cattails? When it
yeah,
comes to plants, my English is a little bit rough around the edges. So whenever somebody wants to help me out, but I mean those huge, tall grass things with the other things on
They
top of
they
them.
they
The
thing with
forbidden
yeah.
thing
corn
on
dog.
top.
Yeah.
I think it's cattails, anyways. So
Yes. Um, After having walked for like a while, Ethan stops up. Couldn't we have like just cast a spell, a tracking spell? To
The invisible ink was more important at the time.
to find the creature, or at least the footprints.
You're
And
asking whether we would use magic when our resident spellcaster here is an airhead incapable of making real ink.
Excuse me, it was real ink. I can prove it to you. Not right
and
now. It's
while
on the
we're
paper.
yeah, the
and while
paper.
we're at it,
Sadly, the paper ran off. I mean,
Yeah.
and while we're at it, couldn't we just like cast something so we don't have to like tediously meander through this swamp, but just
I mean,
move
now
each
that you
one's
mention it, each one of you could actually do that. You could basically do something like lower your weight for a while, like you
Yeah, I was
featherweight
gonna
yourself.
ask something about that.
How
There are two
like
there are two versions of that, and one version is Brill just tries to get all of you guys feather light, which might be a little bit too much for his current skills.
Ouch.
Or you actually try to use magic each on your own.
I mean it's worth a try.
How light are we compared to each other?
I mean, let's say the difficulty in general is the same for each, regardless of your actual weight. At least at the beginning, it's just one creature or a couple of creatures. That's the whole how the creature part, the focus is measured. And then there's distance. You could touch both of them, so the distance could still be touch. You could touch the shoulders of the other guys, and then three creatures, and that's it. I can, and somebody who wears a lot of armor and weaponry might add a little bit of a difficulty modifier to that, because it's going to be a bit harder to get him lightweight than it's probably for people that only carry a harp or a couple of daggers or a toga or something. So that's that. But in general, I mean, I can do the math for you if you really want to do all of. If you want to try all three of them at the same time, if that's what you really want.
How much stamina did it cost to like summon that stick of coal?
Whatever it did cost, it's gone because you were walking through the.
Oh, is my
And that
thing
that
fixed
took
as
a
well?
long that
Yeah,
took a long time.
you both again. You are full. Your stamina recovered.
Alright, nice.
Awesome.
Well, then
We had a
maybe we
breather.
can try this.
So, what do you want to try? Each on their own, or Brill
Uh,
all the others?
I mean, you could also just do one at a time.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I would like to try myself first.
Okay,
Alright.
so yourself would be one creature and touch as distance. Since you don't wear a lot of heavy things and you don't carry a lot of heavy stuff, I mean, you left most of your luggage at the tavern, as far as I'm concerned, because you didn't say that you take most of your stuff with you. So that would be a mere difficulty of 6. Let's make it a 7, because
Alright.
and your withdrawal would be 15.
Okay. Let's see. That's a 4 and a 3. And that's just creature. Magic, right?
No, creature and alteration. You're gonna make
And
yourself
alteration.
lighter.
Alright, let's see. Alteration is there. Alright, that's one more die. And it's Uh, 9 plus 3, it's a 12.
So 12 is higher than 17, at least in my book. All right. Yeah, it is. So you have 5 points that you are higher than your difficulty, which means your withdrawal is only a 10 instead of a 15. And you also, as a hermetist, have concentration, so it's one even lower than that. So your withdrawal is a 9, and you feel yourself. Let's say you feel light, like a feather.
This lighthead just got way lighter
Yeah.
in a positive way. Don't mock me with that. I will make you heavier and sink. Anyway, I can try doing that to the two of you if you would like. Be floaty.
I think I'll just try myself for now. Not because I don't trust you or anything, but I just
Wow,
feel like
alright.
if I am to float into the sky, I would rather be responsible for the accident myself.
Alright. I guess.
I mean, I can try by myself, but and Ethan just sort of stomps on the ground and sinks like 10 centimeters deeper
Yeah,
into the
probably.
muck. Um, but it might be difficult.
So
Um,
the
I would like to request some help.
okay. So then let's start with Ishema. You can try it on your own, which is creature and alteration in magic,
Yes.
plus the 3 base value you already have. So
That's
you need, again, you also need like a 7 total. So that make at
well,
least
yeah.
4 points with your dice.
It's a 10.
What?
It's 10 in total.
It's 10. Okay. Well, then, but no 4.
There's 1 4 in my alteration,
Well, then you can increase
but my
alteration by
alteration is
1.
already at 2. Does it go up?
Ah, okay. That's just 1 4 in it. Okay, no.
Yeah, so there's just 1 4.
No, then you can't raise it. So
Mhm.
anyway, 10 total, which means 3 higher than your actual difficulty. Then you take 12 withdrawal from your stamina.
Yes.
Okay, so and Brill, you want to show off and make this heavy giant of a person, Ethan?
I will do what I can. And I can hopefully do that.
So it's still touch. I mean, you can just touch his shoulder or any other limb you want. And so the difficulty now, because he wields 4 weapons and has a medium armor on it, so you actually have to at least get a 10.
Right. Alright. I can do that. That's gonna be fine.
Did you actually do it?
4. Wait. I got a 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I did it. I got a 12 again.
Ah, there you go. So, Ethan, you feel light as a very heavy feather. Maybe a swan feather or something. I don't know. But yeah. So for you, the withdrawal is another 12. It's 15 minus 3 total. Brill.
Alright.
So
Yep.
you should be a little bit below 30-ish withdrawal total, which means you still can cast spells if need be.
Wait, how much did you say I withdraw this time?
The 12 this time.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
So it should be like 22 total or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you all feel lighter, which also and unless there's just plain water in front of you. I mean, you can't walk over water, but you can basically walk over any type of mud without sinking in too much.
Alright.
Which greatly increases your traveling time, and you, I would say, around about high noon, at least, let's say, according to the buzzing mosquitoes, that gather in the nice autumn sun. Um, you reach the other side. You reach the outskirts, but the let's say the preliminary parts of the wood, and it seems like there is the ground is a little bit more solid, and you can tread more easily, even though you still feel like a little bit uplifted in a way. So yeah, you reach the forest.
Are the tracks still there?
Well, now for the important part, right? Wouldn't that be something that you just realize, okay, this was completely the wrong direction? No, anyway, who wants to try and search for tracks?
I'll search for tracks. Actually, can I? What would I need to cast like a tracking spell for trying to find the creature or clue to
Well,
where it might?
that kind of depends. I mean, like finding that creature in a huge distance is way beyond your capabilities. You could
Okay.
kind of alter your vision a little bit, make it like, I don't know, sharper, stuff like that. That would be something you
Okay.
could do, which would probably give you a bonus on searching for.
Okay. In that case, I'll try to do that. That would be creature alteration, right?
Yeah.
Uh, I rolled
You have to tell me how high the bonus is you want to achieve, because that's basically determined by the spell itself. So the base difficulty for the spell is, because you cast it on yourself, is a 6, and depending on how high the bonus, for each point of bonus you want to get, you have to increase the difficulty by 1. So you get a bonus
Okay.
of 1 for just the spell if you cast it at difficulty.
Okay, then I'm
6
gonna try for something like a +2.
+2. So just a difficulty of 7 then.
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
I rolled an 8 and I rolled a 4 on my creature.
There you go.
So that goes up.
So an 8 total with your bonuses and everything.
Yes.
Okay, so that you barely made it, but that's okay. So you take 14 withdrawal on your stamina, and you feel, I don't know, the spirit of the hunter enter your mind, and everything looks sharper and more crisp. Okay, so you now may do your perception. I mean, it will just increase your perception general, which means that your perception
Yes.
bonus is plus as two higher than normal. If you use perception for anything, um, as well as, of course, the survival or alertness, you can add that 2 points.
Okay. Then I'll roll. So that is a 7, 9 plus 6. That is a 15.
A 15. Wow. Okay. So, with your now newly heightened senses, you scan the area, and Eureka, you actually find tracks that kind of match to what you were expecting. Funny enough, you find tracks that are quite fresh, that look humanoid, like the footprints you saw on that island. You also find tracks that rather look like the more feral animalistic footprints, paw prints of the animal. But in addition to that, you also find some boot prints that seem to be in this
Okay.
area.
I have found 3 sets of tracks that we might want to investigate. I found those barefoot tracks we found at the island. I found tracks that might look like the ones the creature had, and some boot prints that I don't think are ours.
All right.
What is everyone doing out here in the swamp?
Well, if we follow the tracks, we can find out.
Hopefully.
So, murdered Talok prints or footprints? Because I don't think the boots are gonna lead anywhere but home from here.
Well,
the thing about the
which
blueprints
direction?
is they are definitely from bigger feet than the barefoot prints.
I would like to measure, try compare the boot prints to my boots.
No, it's not. They're not yours. They
No,
don't.
no,
I mean, from the height of the person, probably.
trying to estimate the height of the person, but also um in comparison to the barefoot, are they could the barefoot prints be like a child and the boot prints be an adult? Something like that.
So I
Try
mean,
to estimate a bit here.
Brill already tried to kind of assess the size of the prints, but he didn't really share his knowledge.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it seems like the footprints are of a adolescent person, probably either late teens, early 20s.
Okay.
You guess. I mean, it's just a
I'm
footprint. It's
guessing.
a person that is probably 160 to 170.
It fits a certain profile.
And they are, I mean, like feet between some species differ a little bit more, others not so much. For example, Sunraki have one toe less on each foot, so it's definitely not a Sunraki footprint.
Okay.
But probably a Kiana footprint. And
That fits.
the boot is way bigger than, let's say, just a boot strapped on the same foot. You would guess
Okay.
that the person that boot belongs to might be between 180, 190. And for people that are
So
watch from Florida or whatever, United States, I'm sorry, but I don't know the imperial measurements for that. It's probably 6.11 ish, maybe 7 inches, feet tall, whatever. Yeah, so 180, 190, nearly 2 meters. A little bit smaller than you are. And since it's a boot, you can't really say if it's a human like a Kiana or if it's anything.
just
I mean,
that
you can't count toes, basically.
I can't count toes.
Yeah.
They're huge.
Yeah.
Basically, they're pretty tall person. Okay.
It's still smaller.
Well,
The person's still smaller than you are, but it's taller than.
okay,
probably
but runas are huge.
tall. Yeah, you're tall.
Really tall people.
I also like the way you set up your camera, by the way, because it really gives the illusion of a tall person. Yeah, well, it's amazing. I think the sizes fit.
Oh, are we doing sizes on a camera? Give me a moment.
There
I'll get you, you rascal!
you go.
All right. Okay. Well, the footprints are probably from a Kiana teenager, so somewhat. While the boot prints are from someone much larger, probably around pretty tall for, can't estimate what species, but pretty tall, pretty bulky, I'd say. And well, the beast prints are beast prints. So what do you say we do from here?
What race was the woman that lost her daughter?
She was also
Uh,
Kiana.
The whole village are Kiana, right?
All right.
Yeah,
all
you
of them.
did. I mean, you don't know for certain because you didn't see all of the people. I mean, the people in the tavern definitely were all Kiana. Then,
Okay.
in general, it wouldn't be a huge surprise if there would be some Sunraki among them because they're like the second most common species around these
Okay.
parts. But yeah, I mean, you haven't seen anything else but Kiana.
Okay. Good to know. In that, and all the footprints leads into the forest.
At least for now, they seem to lead into the all of them seem to lead in the same direction. Yeah.
Are they following each other? Like, are they going side by side?
To be from here, yes, kinda. I mean, you're not 100% sure because the paw prints actually more lead to the swamp behind you, like they lead out of the
Oh,
forest. But they probably come from the same direction than the other two footprints are going to.
okay. Well, um, as I see it, we have two options. Go back to the swamp and try to find the swamp thing, or go into the forest and see where the people footprints lead.
How old? I'm not an expert at tracking, but how do the footprints of the beast seem to be older than the ones we saw going to the swamp? Like, the beast footprints going into the swamp are probably older than the ones. No, oh my god, wait, my brain is
The
not working.
footprints here are the footprints here are pretty fresh. But how old were
Yeah, but
were they
I'm
again?
thinking that the paw prints, right?
Yeah.
That we were
Oh,
following originally are fresher than these ones.
Yeah.
Because these ones might have been before it went, you know, to the town.
but it still might
Yeah.
be worth it to see where they went.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
if the swamp thing came from here originally, it might go back to that place at some point.
but the swamp thing we can still hunt at night when it goes back to the village to knock on the doors. It might be more interesting to try and find out where these people went.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We go for the
And
people.
yes, that's my suggestion, at least.
Yeah, sounds good.
So you follow the more humanoid footprints. Is that it?
Yes, we
Okay.
follow the humanoid footprints.
Okay. So it takes you maybe another hour. So we're in the early or late noonish hours now. Um, so late afternoon when you finally reach a small clearing uh, with a tiny little shag or hut on it. Um, the place itself seems to be. I mean, there's no smoke coming out of the chimney or anything, so it doesn't seem like somebody is there at the moment. It does, but that's where at least the footprints were leading towards.
All right. Do we get our stamina back, or is that later?
No, you got it back. You went
All right.
like an hour or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Yusema, you seem to be more of the social butterfly of us. Why don't you go knock on the door?
Fine, but if anything springs out at me, I expect you to come save me.
Yeah.
Good.
Don't worry.
Yeah. So
And
like
like,
just for my own knowledge. So do you guys do you stay, let's say, at the edges of the clearing, so and just let her walk up to the shack and then just observe what's happening, or are you basically stand close by? I'm just
We
I'm
hide maybe.
I'm going with. I'm standing close by
okay.
All right, I'll hide
in case
kinda
anything
in the
happens.
clearing.
You hide like, behind one of the trees
Yeah.
and stuff. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, there's the you approach the door, the shack. Nobody fires arrows upon on you or something like that. Nobody seems to notice your arrival, or at least no immediate reaction uh, follows your arrival. And you knock on the door.
Yeah.
And nobody opens.
And then I knock again.
It would be funny if now somebody opens, right? But nobody
Damn.
opens.
Well, I guess I'll just check if the door is unlocked, because I am not a typical D&D player who will wait and expect a trap.
So the thing is that I mean it's in the middle of nowhere, and I don't think that people normally would expect anybody breaking and entering in the middle of nowhere to justify a lock on one of those doors, and therefore no, there is actually no lock on, or it's
Hmm.
unlocked. You can actually open the door.
Yeah, I just open it and look inside.
So it's a small one room shack with a fireplace, a hearth in the basically middle. There's a, a one person a bed that fits one person tucked in one of the corners. There is a table with one stool next to it. There is a kettle on the hearth. That is, of course, it's not. As I said, there's no smoke, so it's not not on. There's nothing cooking in there, and in general, most of like the whole thing is there's like a very tiny layer of dust on everything.
Oh, yep. Hmm. I think I'll just step inside, look around, and take in the place for a moment before I just kind of outright state, whoever lived here seems very lonely.
Yeah, but you can actually roll maybe a perception and alertness roll.
Oh, I'm good at that now.
Yeah, see, it's because you have to roll it that often today.
So I'll
Just
start
so that people
there.
know it's not always that you have to roll that kind of stuff every friggin'
Yes,
scene.
I roll 10.
Wow, okay.
No
So,
force.
as I said, I mean, it's bloody obvious. Nobody's been here for a few days at least, maybe even a week or two. You can't say for sure. Do you want to kind of go through, rummage a little bit, try to find any clues or something?
Yeah, I think I'll like first of all I'll go towards the hearth
Yeah.
because despite the fact that there's this layer of dust, I want to just poke my hand towards the bottom of it to just feel if there has been any heat recently there. And if not, I conclude that clearly there's been no one here, but who knows what's in the drawers. So just start fucking
Okay, so
ripping up shit.
when you go to the hearth and feel for the if there's any like heat residue or whatever, residual heat, You also can like take a glance into the kettle, and there was some sort of concoction in there, and there's still is like on the bottom. You definitely lack the knowledge to figure out what it is, and also like the bed kind of seems like that there what was somebody lying in there for quite a bit. Like it seems like a little bit in disarray. It also seems like somebody might have uh, left it without making it. So he didn't care, or she. Um,
Shaking on my head, I'll go to the door and just look out. Brill, I need that big blue brain of yours.
yeah.
All right, I am on my
Also,
way.
it's safe.
Is
Yeah.
it though?
It's very safe. There has not been someone here in a while, but there's something in the kettle. I don't know what it is, but presumably you might know.
Of course,
but
I might. All right, I
while
am
we're
on my
going
way.
through the stuff, though, you also found some sort of journal, something.
Oh yeah, but that takes time to read.
Yeah, you
So
can
I'll
skim it
just do
while
that.
you can skim it in a way.
Yeah. I guess I'll
Which
do
you can
that as
actually,
I get like Brill in to check the kettle thing. I guess I'll just start flipping through that.
you can just for that reason you can just there's research, which is a intellectual skill. You can use research and probably comprehension.
Research and comprehension. That's that one. Okay. And you said, oh,
It's
where's the
intellectual
other one?
research is
Yes.
an intellectual skill.
I don't have that at
You,
all.
you should have it. It's oh, and I'm sorry, it's investigation. I'm sorry, that was my bad.
Yes, no, that's.
It's research in the other sci-fi game, so
I see. Okay, I have rolled nothing but the same number all morning. It's another 10
yeah.
because I'm rolling 2 3s and a 4. But the 4 is not on anything that'll grow. So
Okay, so a 10 again.
yes.
We will come to that because now Brill obviously arrives and has to check the kettle while you go through the
Mhm.
journal. So
Yes.
Brill, there is this kettle, and there's some residue on the bottom of it, which definitely is some sort of chemical concoction.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this is bloody obvious. Now let's figure out if you can actually make sense of it, which also would be an intellectual thing, unless
Whoa.
you actually have a skill as your profession. Wait, let me check. Alchemy, for example, would be very, very fitting. You could use that instead.
Which one did you say?
Alchemy is the one you could use as an intellectual skill.
I only have one die on that. Does that
You could
count?
also use potions, which is in your profession. So you can decide what you want to do. You will need comprehension as well. So either you take the +4 and roll on comprehension and alchemy, or you take your profession and then you get +6 to the results for your profession.
I'll take my profession, I think.
Yeah.
So I do that how? Like how
You
many?
take the one die in your profession hermetist,
Huh?
and you one die in potions,
Yep.
makes 2 dice, and you add 6 to the result.
All right. Do I not add my intelligence to that?
No comprehension, but just that's the 6 points. I did the
Oh
math
yeah.
for you already.
All right. All right. That is 5 plus 4, right? So 9.
Yeah, a 9. Okay, but no force in.
No, no force.
Okay, so it definitely is some sort of potion. You would, um, guess, like I mean, it's been, as we established, probably like 2 weeks ago since this thing was brewed. So it's a bit maybe harder than a 9, but there's still a little bit that you can take out of there. It is definitely a potion, and since you recently come across the plant, at least the roots of the plant, it also contains Igmatalia, which were the things people put on their doors. You're not 100% sure what the potion itself is, though. It might have been some sort of remedy, um, or it might be some sort of uh, like potion you need for ritualistic things. You're not 100% sure. Could be both. Some of the ingredients you still can make out can be used for both. So,
All right. Shocker. This might be a potion of some. This is a potion of some sort. Whether it is something you drink or use to make ritual things, I don't know. Is there a summoning circle or whatever that's called around here?
If you look at the ground, there's too much dust.
investigate the premises yet, so you don't know
Yeah.
that. Indoors,
Also, have
no.
you seen this layer of dust? It's kind of disgusting, and I don't think that if something is hiding under here, we'd even know.
So you lied to me. It may not be safe.
Well, unless
I
what you're
think-
scared of is mealworms.
They can be pretty scary.
Oh.
But no,
I think-
obviously not.
In the meantime, Ethan would like to investigate the premises, see
Okay.
if they can find anything strange or
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, you could do that. So I mean, you don't need to roll on anything yet, at least. So while you investigate the premises, I mean, again, it took a little bit of time for you investigating the hut and everything. So it's getting early evening, maybe roundabout. So you have like an hour left until
Mhm.
sundown, probably. You come across in, let's say, a little bit of a distance from the shack, but still in the clearing. There is actually something that looks a little bit out of the ordinary. There are certain rocks aligned in a certain way. There is a bigger rock or boulder in the middle, which could resemble something like a very rudimentary altar of some sort.
Huh.
Or it could be just a landmark. Well, we can try and see if you can actually make sense of it. Which means you might want to try your knowledge of mysticism. It's an intellectual skill.
Yes. Mysticism. And
Mysticism, and also for you, it's probably comprehension.
okay, I'm actually pretty good in that. That's 4 dice.
Yeah, that is because you were an altar boy when you were young, right?
That is a.
That sounded so bad without context.
Well, I mean, honestly, it's a pre-made character. He grew up at the
Yeah.
temple. I'm just kind of putting those things into.
Mhm.
I mean, you make whatever your imagination. If it runs wild, it's not my problem. That's all. It's all onto you. I'm just saying words. Okay, so what's the result, please?
I rolled a 10.
10. With all those dice.
Yes, I rolled 3 2s and a 1.
I mean, I
Oh.
rolled 3 1s when I had 3 dice.
Yeah,
But
well,
I don't think
bravo, I
more
guess.
dice doesn't always mean good numbers, alright?
Okay, so anywho, Okay, but at least a 10. Okay, I mean, you are pretty sure that this thing it's definitely something that could be used, or probably even was used, for some sort of ritual. There are no real hints of, uh, let's say, what type of. I mean, there's not like a instruction laying around and then add so
Th-
and so many
There's not like
teaspoons
a
of black
book
powder.
and there's not like a book and a sacrificial dagger and blood all over.
No, but there is something which kind of boggles your mind a little bit. It seems like there is some sort of um, there's like a negative imprint on the stone. Something was, let's say, imbued with some liquid, and there is like the a type of silhouette is still visible on that rock.
Okay.
Um, it kind of looks like an amulet of some sort.
Brill, Yasima, you might want to see this.
Find something
Uh,
of interest.
I
so
think
you hear
so.
mumbled shouting from outside somewhere nearby, which definitely is Ethan. Um, we just have to still figure out what was what Ishema could make sense of in that journal while she was like skimming through the pages and everything. Um, so first and foremost, the person had a really bad handwriting. So
Doctor.
and it see the whatever you're reading there also seems um irrational at most of the time, and sometimes even erratic. You don't really it's like a mixture between a diary and, I don't know, like observations and stuff like that. But whoever wrote this journal seems to be very fed up with the uh, peat farmers, and they it kind of it seems like they basically they do some harm to the sacred place, kind of stuff like that. He seems to be overly concerned that they will um, yeah, I don't know, desanctify, whatever you want to call it, this swamp. I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can hear you.
Oh shit.
That-
Well, I guess they weren't a fan of the Pantheon. Um, but I will take my new knowledge and I will walk outside as we're being cold. I guess I'll just kind of, as Brill and I are walking, just so that boot person seems rather lonely from the shack, but also just kind of very angry in his diary. Like he
Found a
really does not
diary.
like farmers. Oh yeah, I just hand you the journal.
All right,
Yeah.
I take it. Nice steam over it.
Okay, so comprehension research would be probably
I'd call
best
the
for you.
person mistrusting.
Investigation. Sorry, is again investigation, not research. So investigation and comprehension. You could use research. There you go. That's the thing. Research is your special skill in on professions. You could also use that one if you want to.
Oh, only have one with research though.
If you use a professional skill, the difficulty rating is lower always.
All right, I'll take that then. Do I get one die plus something?
You get 2 dice, one for hermetist, one for research, and you
Right.
get the +6 for your comprehension.
That's 4 on hermetist,
Cool.
and the other one is a 3 plus 6, did you say?
Yeah.
All right, 13.
Cool. First of all, you don't forget to raise your Hermetist to 2 because you now get a little bit. It's easier for you to let's say you get a less withdrawal from spells, like 2
Nice.
less than normal. So the second thing is like you go through you skim through there, and of course it's full of those ramblings and stupid things, but since you do know your, let's say, you have a little bit of more knowledge about Talok and everything that goes along with it. It does seem that there are like a couple of hints that this person actually definitely was in contact with higher Talok beings, or at least worshipping
Oh.
some of them. To be precise, it reeks of Sahash. She's called the Voice, and Tashra, which is the Cold. So it. So this guy dabbles in, you would say, black magic in other terms. So the whoever wrote this, and you know that, and this is a small excursion into the lore. The Talok come from a different cosmos, which is called the Razazuna. And the Razazuna is something Sunraki actually can enter in with their mind when they're young. So you've been there. And as when you're older, there's a ritual that your species does that basically takes you away from the Razazuna, that takes away the capability to do that, the ability to do that, just to save you from possible, let's say, psychological damage. Because the deeper you get into this cosmos, the more alien it gets, and it definitely affects your psyche. So you grow more and more insane the deeper you go and delve into that cosmos.
All right.
And whatever you're reading, this is like the typical ramblings you would read, like the theories, the everything kind of just feels like somebody who spent way too much time delving into the Razazuna. So whoever wrote this is cuckoo crazy.
Bad news and good news. More bad news, I think. I kind of found more in this journal. That's the good news. And the bad news is I kind of found more in the journal. And that is dark magic, which is not great in our circumstances. And this, what did you say the Cosmo thing was called?
Razazuna.
Razazuna thing, if you haven't heard of what that is. It's a Cosmo that pretty much drives you insane. All right?
Oh.
And so I'm guessing that this person who owns this is insane. Shocker. And we need to find them before they go and, do insane stuff that can be insanely bad.
Yeah, and while you say that and you reach the altar place, Ethan discovered, you kind of think that they already did the crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And now seeing this place, they might have already done it.
Yeah,
Shit.
you mean like potentially summoning Talok to go crazy on the farmers that they dislike?
Yeah. Pretty much. Which is why we need to stop it.
Brill, do you have any insight into what kind of species they might be? This crazy person who might have summoned a Talok.
The boot person?
Yeah, the boot person. The one with the boots.
Right. What did you want me to call them?
I don't.
The Sun
Isn't there like a name or a signature in the book?
Well, the Sunurakai, isn't that what it's called? the species
The
I am.
you mean the Sunra come? What
The
do you mean?
Sunrakam. The ones who can enter the.
Oh, the Sunraki, your species can do that by birth, and a couple of others. I mean, there are other rituals you can perform to kind of alter your mind in a way that you can actually enter. And sometimes there are even portals that lead into pocket dimensions of the Rasazuna, but that's very
Because
rare.
this person didn't have the budget to do that.
No. Let's say the most logical way would be it's either a Sunraki that never was that connection never was never severed, so he kind of or she stayed connected to the Rasazuna and delved deeper and deeper and got just cuckoo crazy, or it's somebody who actually used rituals way more than they should have to get in there.
All right, I've got more bad news and bad news. Person might be. You were speaking of which race they might be, which heritage and stuff like that. Might be a Sunrakam that never. I entered this Cosmo thing once as like when I was younger, but we had to snip away the like thread so I could access it and learn more about it because it's dangerous and I didn't want to go insane. This person might have not done that. No snip the thread between it.
So they're like you, but worse. Oh,
Everyone.
that might be my personal nightmare. Oh no.
Well, thank you. And
Oh,
as
you're
I
welcome.
was saying, other bad news is that it might be some ritual addicted person who wanted to find more, or if we're extremely lucky, it might be somewhere in between.
I don't feel like any of these sound lucky, but
Sarcasm.
good theories.
Well, it gives us something to go by and some clues to what that person might look like. In the meantime, it's getting close to getting dark, and if we want to hunt that thing, we should probably get back to the village.
Do you guys feel comfortable going through a swamp in fog
I
and
was
darkness?
about to ask.
I can try unfogging the fog around us again.
Yeah, no,
but
that did not work last time.
That like stationary.
You have to believe in the fog.
And you have to believe
the
in
fog.
You have to believe in your own insanity for that idea to work. I am not stepping out there with fog, swamp water, and potential scavenging talok. No, that's not happening. I'm staying here. I'm sitting my fat ass down right here. And I will drink some tea from that kettle and wait for the monster to come knock at the door. No,
right, fine. We can. All right, we can wait.
Yes, and it's a door, so presumably it'll come a knocking at some point.
Well, there is no root at the door. I'm just saying.
Then it'll break down the door, and I'll shank it. It's gonna be fine. Actually, you know what? I will take the stool. I will sit outside the door. I'll warn you if it comes.
Yeah. So, but I mean, in general, it is how it is. The sun goes down, the fog creeps in, and you hear some very unusual howling noises from close by, somewhere in the woods.
Does that sound like the thing? I don't think so. Like the other one, just not.
You don't know what they do when they just. I mean, it sounds a bit like a scream of pain. It's very and or like some, not really crying, but it sounds extremely eerie and seems extremely unnatural.
Well, I'm just gonna have taken this freaking stool and I'll have sat it outside the door and I'll sit just outside waiting. Because I'm not standing up and going into the woods. If it wants to murder me, it better come over here.
All right.
I'm standing ready with my weapons drawn and like takes a few steps closer to the howling noise.
All right. I have my magical
Um,
finger guns ready. In case anyone. Yeah.
You do
And-
have a Farnica, don't you? You do have a weapon, I think.
I have a knife or
Yeah.
dagger. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So you
isn't
know
it easier
completely-
to cast magic with both hands free?
It doesn't really matter.
Oh, alright. It was
It might
weaving
it might matter if I write a book about how the magic works, but with the
Alright.
starter book published, it doesn't matter.
Alright.
So there's no finger holding positions, whatever, that you need to cast magic.
All right.
So
Then I take out my knife and I sit there, I guess, on the
okay, so
grass.
you all basically sit on the porch and wait for the thing to arrive. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
um,
As one does.
So, a little bit after that howling, whatever that actually was, noise, you actually see in the. It's just a little foggy now, so you can still kind of see more than just the hand in front of your face. You see the skimming close to the let's say edges of the clearing. You see a hunched over figure, vaguely familiar. Probably saw it before.
Oh.
Trying to go towards wherever the swamp is.
All right. Get it.
I charge at the thing.
Can I
You
charge
charge
at it as well and try to cast like some spell that?
Okay, so we all gonna do what we always do in combat. Is,
Initiative.
so we roll for initiative, I guess.
Fantastic.
Which is just reflex and whatever you have behind it. There's one thing I want to remind Brill of. You
Alright.
have Sunrakam. And Sunrakam is a power that, if activated, increases certain attributes that are very useful for combat.
For how long do they last?
It lasts until you kind of calm down again. So basically, you hulk up. You get a little bit more buff than before because now you're more like the slim kind of person. So you get a little bit more buffed up, and it does increase a couple of things. So it does increase your aptitude for strength, for constitution, and quickness, and also reflexes by 2 for each point in Sunrakam, which right now you have just 1, so by 2 points. So,
Alright.
for example, you're rolling for initiative. You can, I would say, you can try to activate it now and then roll for initiative later, because otherwise you would have.
Alright, yeah.
So, your dice pool is your Sunrakam and Constitution. Your aptitude is your fearlessness. So 3 points plus the dice in Constitution and the Sunrakam. And by now you're not in combat yet, so the difficulty is 8
Okay.
total. So 5 points with your 2 dice, please.
2 dice. I have. If you said.
Whatever. If you have Constitution,
yeah.
no, you have Constitution 2, so 3 dice. Sorry.
Let's see. I got a. Oh, it's a 4. in the one with 2 dice. All right, I got a 3, 4. That's 7 plus 3 is 10 plus nothing. Yeah, plus 3. All right, like 13.
Yeah, but that's more than 8. So you can add your aptitude, the plus something in strength, quickness, constitution, and reflexes is +2 now,
Yeah.
higher than before. And also you get 2 points additional armor class, so you take less damage. And you regenerate 2 points in health and in stamina per round. So, and now we're
Alright.
gonna do the roll for initiative.
And that's a 4. So 11.
So you rolled a 4.
Initiative was just pure reflexes, wasn't it?
Reflexes and your bonus.
So just what it says on reflexes.
Exactly.
That one's cocked. That is a 7.
I got a 4. No, 5. My bad.
With all your bonuses?
Wait, you said in reflexes, right?
Yeah. You get a +2.
Alright, I
for
got
your-
I got a 7 then. Yeah, 7.
rolled 7. Ethan, you had an, what was that?
I also rolled a 7
7.
on
Okay.
initiative.
And what about you, Ishema? What was your result?
I rolled 4, so an 11 in total.
Wow. Okay. So you also can increase your reflexes, right?
Yep.
Cool.
It's those enhanced reflexes.
Yeah. So and that's so. Ethan and Brod, you can either roll 1d4 just to establish who's first of you two, or you just decide who's going to go first because you have to stay.
I feel like if I can somehow push the dude to us, then you can spend your entire turn on beating the hell out of the dude.
Yeah, that sounds good. You go.
Alright.
You go first.
Alright.
Okay. So the creature is actually first.
Uh-oh.
Um,
Is he nowhere there?
Yikes.
it kind of gets the idea, yeah. It doesn't really act on it yet. It might just prolong whatever it's going to do and just wait what you guys are doing. So, which means that Ishema, it's your turn.
We wanted it over here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I got from your planning.
Yeah, exactly. So since I'm, there's still the like poor visibility with the fog and so on, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
still
So me throwing a knife is not gonna happen. I am not gonna hit jack shit. So
well, I mean, it's foggy, but it's not really impairing your vision yet. So the only
oh,
thing
good.
the only thing is that this thing is like I would say around about 10 meters away, so you might need to get a little closer to actually hit it with full
Ooh,
force.
that sounds scary. We're gonna do it.
Okay, so you get a little bit closer, and then
Yeah.
you can just do your throwing. You can either use your profession and your throwing skill, or you can use your attribute, which is, I think, finesse and ranged.
Ooh, and where is throwing? There.
Throwing is part of your profession. You could use
Ah,
that.
yes. Or my physical with ranged. I think I'll go with the finesse ranged in this case.
Oh, sorry. A throwing knife is quickness. I just looked it up.
Oh, quickness. That is. We're going with quickness ranged.
Okay.
Yes. So that will be 1, 2, and 3. That was the worst roll I've had all day. Great.
Yeah.
That's an 8.
Well, I mean, you need kind of like a 5.
Oh.
And since it is, I mean, it's darker, so at least it's like the Twilight kind of
Mhm.
situation. So it might be a 7 instead of a 5, which still gives you at least you like excess of 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's your strength at?
That's a good question. I'm trying to find that.
Attribute strength.
I'm blind. Oh, there.
Cool.
I have a single die plus 0.
Oh, cool. Okay, so you actually do 3 damage, which
Oh.
basically means probably you hit it with the hilt of the knife. No, you have precision. Sorry, you do 4 damage. So it kind of like maybe hits it for like 1 damage and then falls down.
Oh.
But
Shit.
at least now you can be sure this creature has, or you have this creature's full attention.
Probably scared
Um,
of being outnumbered though, but all right.
So the creature lets, I mean, it seems a little bit puzzled, even like something's hitting and it just takes a tiny look at it.
It's
And
like a mosquito bite.
yeah, I mean, it's just like something. I think something hit me. I'm not sure.
I literally will just stop right
And
there.
then
I'm
it,
like,
it basically gets into fighting posture. And I mean, when you opened the door, it was screeching at your face, right? And it
yeah.
basically does the same thing, just with a little bit more distance in between you guys, and starts charging and lunging at you.
Oh.
So, let me roll my dice. That might be a few more than you have. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
So, oops.
Also, look at all you all with your fancy physical dice.
I'm sorry. I mean, I wrote a D4 system. You don't want to know how many D4s I have, because many people I play with don't have any, or just like 1 or 2 D4s. So this, I can actually even raise one of my attributes. That's nice. So sucks to be you, I guess.
Wait, yeah, he's the
This
same
is
thing as I am. All right.
12. Okay, so it basically just lunges at you and then tries to pin you on the floor. It doesn't actually attack you yet or bite you yet. But you're pinned to the ground. This long claws are just basically pressing you into the floor or ground. This razor sharp teeth, just like an inch in front of your face. It's a little bit like the alien situation without the tiny second mouth coming out. And the smell is foul. It's just like rotten flesh and all of its beauty, basically. So you're also pretty sure that if this thing actually bites you, you're gonna get a serious infection. So
Yeah. I
um,
just lay there pinned. I just put my head to the side and start yelling for the others' help. But I'm not yelling because of the monster. I'm just yelling,
So-
"Ah, bad breath, help!"
Brill, you wanted to go before Ethan, right?
Yeah.
Do your thing.
All right. So I'm assuming that Ethan is in front of me, right? He's.
Well, you all kind of said you're sitting on the porch waiting for something to happen. So I would say you're all.
All right.
I mean,
I thought we charged.
Ishema is no longer on the porch because she charged the creature and threw one of her throwing knives.
All right.
We
With
haven't
the
had the
limited,
chance to charge
results.
it yet.
All right.
Hmm?
I would like to use some magic to forcefully throw it towards us.
Okay, so the thing is, you need to get closer.
All right.
So, like, you also have to run a little bit, which
Yeah.
I still think you can do. It's not too far away. It's 10 meters. That's something you
All right.
can basically do. I will just increase the difficulty just teensy tiny little bit because of that. So that you get close enough, which will be like 2.5 meters distance or something like that, and then you can actually cast your spell. And it's one creature. So creature, of course, as the school, as the focus, and I would say probably alteration.
All right.
I mean, you could also go. Actually, I'm nice because I know that you probably have more dice in destruction, so you can do something like a force push or force pull, that kind of thing. That probably works better for you.
All right. Awesome. Then I'll do that. Let's see, and that is a 7 plus 4. That's 11. Wait, no, wait. 7 plus 4 is what? Yeah, that's 11. Yeah, I'm not stupid. Plus 3, so 14.
Okay, so the base difficulty would be 8. I would make it a 12 because you have to run and all that kind of stuff. Which means you're still gonna do it, but your withdrawal will be. What did you say? You had to 14, right?
Yeah.
So 18 minus your withdrawal bonus.
All right.
And your Hematus is 2 now, so it's 2 less than that, so it's 16. So you take 16 withdrawal, and the creature is being pulled off of Ishema, which she probably will be very glad about, and basically flies past you and lands halfway between you and the porch where Ethan is still waiting.
All right. Awesome.
Unsheathing. Oh no, you already did that, right? You already have your weapons ready. Yeah. So the creature's lying over there, and it's Ethan's turn.
Yes. I'm gonna hit it.
Okay.
Like a good fighter
Yeah.
and warrior type.
Hit
And
first,
because I have
ask
4
questions later. Okay, there you go.
hit first, ask. I mean, it attacked. We attacked it first, but that was.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a bit hazy. Who started what exactly? I mean, this poor creature was just taking a stroll to the swamp, and then
Maybe it just
a
wanted
weapon
soup.
was drawn, and it was throwing up.
Might I
well,
remind you of
gonna-
yelling at the door?
I'm gonna see if I can be lucky enough to try. I'm gonna hit it with all 4 arms.
Okay.
Or try to hit it with all 4
Well, the
arms.
thing is, for you it works as follows: you have 2 attacks instead of 1 because you have 4-handed. Anyways,
Yes.
so which means 2 attacks will be just either melee and I think finesse for you.
I'm gonna go for Weapon Master and one-handed
one-handed,
to
okay.
see if I can increase my profession
You
through
should
attacking
do that.
it.
Yeah, that would be nice because those 2 attacks they work as normal as it gets. So you just roll against the base difficulty of your weapon 2 times.
And I get to add my finesse.
Yeah,
to
the
roll.
pool is finesse and melee, and
I also get +1 from my profession, right?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Yeah.
So 2 dice plus I have a +3 in finesse and 2 dice and 2 dice, and +1 from profession. So 2 dice plus 6.
Oh no, you don't
Because
get a
that's-
+1 for the profession because you're rolling on the profession.
Oh,
Sorry.
so it's 2 dice
Finesse?
plus 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, good. I rolled 11 for the first attack.
Okay, very good.
No force.
No force, yeah, but let's do the math for that. So 11, your base difficulty for the what is it? It's
an 8.
Alfara, right? So
Yes.
the difficulty is 8. You had an 11, which is 3 more than that, which adds plus 10. What's your strength? Your base strength?
My base strength is 2 dice plus 0.
Okay, 2. So it's 12. 12 damage for the first attack.
Damn, that's pretty nice.
It is.
And I rolled a 10 for my second attack. And my one-handed increases because I rolled a 4.
Okay, so one, not what you were going for, but at least you still increase something.
Yes.
So since the other one was 12, this is an 11 damage
Mhm.
for the second one. So sadly, you couldn't increase Weapon Master yet. So the difficulty now for the offhand attacks, which you have, you said you want to attack with all 4 hands. So the 2
Yes.
offhand attacks you can make have a difficulty increase by 8 because it's normally by 10, but you
Mm.
already have, as Weapon Master, can subtract with
Yes.
Weapon Master 1, 2 points, so it's 8, which makes it a mere 16.
Which is pretty difficult to hit, but not impossible, especially now that I have 3 dice to do it
Yeah.
with.
Exactly. So try.
3 dice plus 5. Oh. Yeah. That is 8 plus 5. That's a 13. That doesn't
That
hit,
hits the
I can
ground.
imagine.
Yeah, this Tafara basically slashes and
But I have a 4th attack, so I can try again.
yeah, don't do that. Do so.
Even if I don't succeed, if I roll a 4 on my Weapon Master, does it still increase?
It will increase. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's lower than the first one, so that also doesn't hit.
Okay. So I mean, at least 2 hits and 20. What was it? 23 damage total.
Yes.
I mean, I have to do the math and subtract armor class and all that kind of stuff, but it's a
Yeah.
decent amount of damage. Which yeah, the creature is not very fond of, and it screams in agony while you slash a huge open gaping wounds, which are, let's say, some sort of blackish liquid oozes out of them.
Ew.
The creature has um, a second action this round
It
because it has more than 10 in initiative. So, I mean, now you are the target, right? So, and it won't be as nice as it was with Yushema.
Mm-hmm.
That actually hurt, right? So, but the roll itself is pretty bad. So that's a 6. And that's 10, 12. 15. So you take it basically it lunges at you, takes you off your
Mhm.
feet, and slashes you with one of the claws. You would take 16 damage, but you can reduce it by your armor.
I have a what was I have a it's called
You have
something.
Lenothorax.
I have a linothorax, which reduces that by 6, so I
By
take
6?
10 damage.
Yeah, and you can also reduce it by your constitution.
Well,
Only
I
the
have
actual dice.
yeah. I have 2 dice in Constitution, so I
So-
take 8 damage.
Yeah, there you go. And the creature, because now we enter the second round. If you, I think you took some damage, Brill, from the withdrawal. You can subtract 2 of your withdrawal. You get 2 stamina points back for your Sunrakam.
Yeah.
And the creature also, I mean, you're pretty close. You can see that these huge gaping wounds close a little bit. So
Oh.
they begin to heal while it tries to claw you again.
It claws me again.
Yes, of course, it's on you. Why should it go anywhere else? So this one is even worse. Let's see. 1, 2, 4 ones, 2 twos. It still hits, but only for 10 damage,
Which
is
is
2.
reduced to.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so Ishama is next. But since the creature is so close and is clawing you twice, I, out of order, I give you the chance, Ethan, to roll on perception and alertness.
Perception alertness. That is 4 dice because I leveled up my alertness. So that is a. That is 11 plus. That's 16.
16. Okay, so what you realize is that there is something around the neck of the creature, some sort of
Like.
amulet or something that you kind of, the shape kind of resembles something you've seen recently. So, and it's Ishama's turn now.
Right. I'll do things on my turn.
Yes. Oh, I don't like the situation very much. I am very scared of throwing a knife because I don't want to hit our dear Ethan.
He can take it, but the damage you do will be soaked by his armor.
I can take it.
No, you
Ouch.
try, because I have people that actually do quite some damage with throwing knives, and you're closer now, so.
And
Yeah,
sing and give him a buff.
You think I do magic to help people? What do you think I am, a D&D bard? That's not gonna happen. No. However, I am pretty good with emotions.
Yeah.
So I would like to try to instill some fear in this thing, if possible. Not to make it run away necessarily, but if it can just give us a brief moment to attack it.
So you want to inspire fear, something
Yes.
like that.
Stamp around on my feet.
You're not 100% sure if that's gonna work.
Shit. Well, not being sure means I should totally do it, because then I'll know if it works
Yeah,
for
exactly.
another time.
So roll emotion and either invocation or, I mean, alteration probably not, because you're not sure if this thing is afraid yet, so you can't kind of nurture it. You have to invocate fear.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And my invocation goes up. Oh. It's
Yeah,
a
there you
total
go.
of 9.
Well, the total of 9, we can. I don't even have to do the math, even with because it's at least 2.5 meters away from you, which makes it at least a level 3 spell. You will take 20 withdrawal, which makes you dazed, as far as I know.
Yes.
Yeah, and the creature is not afraid.
Shit.
Not
So,
afraid.
It's Ethan's turn. No, Brill. Sorry, Brill. Brill, you
Alright.
take. You said you're first.
Yeah. What I will do. Is there any damaging spell I could do?
You could do anything to either creature or Talok and destruction. Yeah, sure. Whatever
Alright.
you think of. Can make a fireball. I mean, that probably wouldn't be the best idea, considering
exactly.
Ethan is also lying over there.
see.
Electrocution, probably also not the best idea since both bodies are connected.
Shit. Wait, I have a weapon that is Farnaka. What is that?
That's more likely a short sword kind of thing, a little bit bigger than a dagger.
Then I have a wand. Does the wand do anything?
No, it's just a wand. You
All
can
right.
hit things with it.
All right. How sturdy is the shack?
How sturdy is the shack? Well, it's made of wood, so it's a wooden shack. It's not extremely sturdy, but I mean, it also doesn't look like you can just huff and puff and blow it away. You know.
Okay. Could I theoretically do the same thing as earlier, but throw him into the shack?
You could try.
Stop
And-
eating the swamp puppy.
And if I did it hard enough, would he potentially take damage? That's like my
It
main.
would probably at least take falling damage because there are like wooden walls that it would probably.
Yeah,
hit.
that was kind of it. Or I can just. Can I shoot?
If you basically get it hit the hearth, it's made of stone, so that's what it give even more damage.
Alright, I want to try that then.
Just push it hard enough.
What was the roll again?
So it's
A creature
it's 2.5
and destruction.
2.5 meters away from you.
Alright.
Roundabout. So the difficult the base difficulty is 8.
Yeah.
I do need a little bit more than that because you want to really push this thing hard.
Yeah. So it's. Let's see.
It would probably be a 12.
Alright. It's a little bit more.
Creature and destruction. I mean, though you have 4 dice in that plus 3, right? So it's possible.
I'll just try it then. And if I don't like push it that hard that it flies, it'll hopefully at least get pushed a bit somewhere. Don't know if it works that way, but I'll try.
Actually, I don't care how. I mean, probably it will at least fly a little bit.
That's 5 and a 5, so it's a 10 plus 3. It's a 13.
See, so it's more than just a 12. So yeah, you push it and it flies up the like 2 stairs or whatever into the shack and crashes into the kettle and the hearth.
All right, nice.
And kind of takes a little bit of damage, probably, maybe.
All right.
But you have in general, you would have a tactical advantage now. Ethan, I kind of think that Brill's action maybe followed what you would actually want to do. I'm not 100% sure about that. But what
No,
do you...
it helps.
Oh, cool, even better.
Ethan gets up from the ground they've just been thrown down to, and like yells out, "It has a necklace around its throat, like an amulet. I think if we cut that, we might just get the Talak out of the creature. I'm gonna give it a try." Whirls their blades around and charges into the.
Okay.
They make a general Grievous and charges into.
Yeah, I was about to say it kind of reminds me of something. I couldn't just put my finger on it. Voop, 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 voop. Okay, so so actually, I mean, you would have to. Oh, the amulet. I mean, you don't want to take the amulet off by beheading the creature first. I assume.
I mean, it's worth a shot, but I think if I can, I want to target the amulet. If it's too difficult, I'm just gonna kill it.
Okay, so
Go
the thing
for
is that
killing.
at least for the attacks with your strong hand. If we apply a little bit of a modificator, you can actually try to just hit the amulet instead. So let's get the modifier. So it's a very small target, obviously.
Yes.
So that's a measly. I'm not going to take the +7. It's probably a +5. So that would be instead of 8, 13. 13 is the difficulty to hit the amulet instead of.
Okay, that is definitely manageable. I'm gonna try to hit the amulet with my strong arm attacks.
Yeah, cool.
3 dice +5. And that is all ones. That's an 8.
Well, okay. Let's see. If you try to hit the amulet, you probably don't want to hit too hard, which means I just assume this just doesn't hit anything. So you're not accidentally hitting the creature. But you can try with your second attack.
I'm gonna try to hit the amulet with my second attack. That goes slightly better. 9.
9. Okay.
I rolled 1 better.
Okay.
On that.
No, it's really slightly better. Okay, so you kind of just fan a little bit of air into the creature's face.
I chop some big holes in the air.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I think I'm with the rest. I'm just gonna try to hit it normally. With the last 4 attacks.
Last 2 attacks.
Just to get the rolls out with my weapon master.
So difficulty 16.
Yes. That is a 13. I could have used that before. And another 13. So none of my 4 attacks hit.
Well, I mean, to take the General Grievous image full circle, you kind of charge in there, whirling all those weapons, and they kind of get stuck and hit any obstacle, like the chair, the table, maybe part of the hearth, and maybe even the ceiling or something. So you basically
unlike General Grievous, I don't have lightsabers.
Yeah, that's the thing. So
anything.
they get stuck.
So they get stuck.
Which gives you a little bit of a, let's say, predicament now that the creature is has its second turn this round.
Yes.
So let's see. It kind of gets back on its feet, and now you're between the creature and the door. Which the creature.
But it also means I'm between the creature and the party.
Yeah.
Which is important when you're
That's
tank.
exactly where you're supposed to be as the warrior. Okay, so this though is slightly better than the other one. Substantially better actually. So
that sounds
10,
like damage.
Yes. 10, 20. So you take 22 damage. But the creature basically, it just rips kind of through you. It just kind of tries to throw you to the side, but the claws, of course, pierce your
Tear
side
into me
somewhere. When it kind of grabs you and throws you to the side. The good thing is your weapons are unstuck again. The bad thing is you take substantial damage.
The
creature's basically standing in the door now. So in the door frame, and that's as far as it gets. When Ishema's second turn of this round is
Burn the shack.
Burn it?
Burn the shack. Ignore Ethan.
No, let Ethan run out, then burn the shack. Maybe.
With what magics do you expect me to burn shack?
Fire!
So, but the thing is, you all heard Ethin say something about the amulet. This is
Mhm.
he said
Hmm.
something about the amulet. So you all heard that. That's common knowledge.
Yes.
Ethan is like pretty heavily bleeding from the sides. They look pretty damaged as they are lying there.
Yes, and that's more so my concern than the other one. Um, I don't want to die to this thing. um, but Ethan is in front of the door between me and the monster, right?
No, Ethan is behind it now. He's basically lying on the floor, bleeding like crazy, and the creature is in the doorframe. So the
Oh,
creature pushed him aside,
yes,
piercing and
okay.
slashing him while it does that, and then basically reaches the door, and then we kind of freeze the time. And that's when your turn is.
Yes. Can I just do like a good old fashioned push with some magic? Get that fucker back inside.
You can try. That would be creature and destruction.
Oh no, stuff I'm not good at. Oh
And
no.
and I also remind you that you're dazed, which means
Yeah,
right now
exactly.
you just reached the dazed status, which isn't that bad, but it's already pretty bad. So it will be hard to even do that now.
Yeah, I rolled. Let's just say it's not gonna happen because I rolled 2 ones.
Yeah. So now you're more than just dazed because you take the full
Yep.
withdrawal without any sort of um, result,
Yep.
which is wait, it's a 20.
Oof.
So you're at 40 now, right?
I am at 60.
Oh wow, okay. That's
Oh well.
you
I
took
guess.
40, you're at 60 now, yeah, which is
Yes.
20
Yes.
above your threshold.
Yes.
You are pretty exhausted. Um, the creature starts the next round,
Mm-hmm.
but it also, I mean, the wounds it took seem to heal a little bit more. Um, but it kind of just tries to flee. It basically just charges between Brill and Ishema without really attacking. Just trying to get the F out of there. Um, which means Ishema, it's your turn. It's a moving target if you want to do anything like attacking or something. That's the modifier. It's a moving target. Will be slightly higher, but like a throwing dagger, throwing knife, something like that would still work.
You could throw and target the amulet.
That's very much not a bad idea. But if I've used my thing on a failed spell, can I still throw?
Yeah.
I was just
yeah.
thinking, make the
Oh.
creature very heavy. I can't run. Or
Yeah,
the
she
amulet
can't
very
really. I
heavy.
mean, by now she can't really cast anything anymore.
Me casting magic at this point has proved to not be a good idea. We're just gonna
Fair,
put that aside
fair.
and we're just gonna yeet some more knives because I know how to do that.
So you can either use your performer and throwing, or ranged and finesse. And quickness. Sorry,
Quickness, yes. And I'm just checking here that I did not up any of those yet. I did not. That is a 9.
a 9.
Throwing a big old knife.
Well, the knife itself definitely hits with a 9 because I think the difficulty is around about 5-ish. I said it's a moving target, so it's probably more like a 7 or 8. But let's make it 7. So you have strength 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's at least 5 damage, and you hit the amulet. So the moment your knife connects with the amulet, it kind of there's like some sort of magical spark, and then your knife gets propelled away. But it something is happening. Let's keep it that way. And the creature kind of in it's like stumbles a little bit, and then of course tries to run further. Even though you didn't hit the creature, it still kind of seems to be affected by whatever happens to the amulet.
Good to know.
So Brill, your turn.
All right, what are we thinking here? So, you said it kind of stumbles as it got like hurt and looks visibly hurt from having hit the amulet, right?
Something happened to the creature while the amulet was hit. Yeah. So it didn't take visual or visibly damage, but it was affected as something hit the amulet.
Can I run towards the creature a bit? And can I? Is there a way for me to? I'm thinking either heating up the amulet a lot, like burning it with spell or something, or kind of like heat metal, if I'm strong enough to do that. Even
You could also try to rip it off with one of your force push thingies.
is that all right?
I mean, I said this is the same role. You can just do anything which
Alright.
you think it will be destruction and object.
All right, okay. Yeah, I'll just do that again. I think that's been working out for me.
So, but now it's object and not creature, right? So whatever you have an object is.
Yeah, let's see. We have object. It's not as good. That's fine, maybe. Yeah.
So the thing is, do you want to do that from a distance, or do you want to? You said you want to kind of charge the creature.
I want to charge at
you
it.
want to try to grab the amulet and then do something to the amulet. Or do you want to?
Could I technically grab the amulet and then force push the creature away?
Yeah.
And then I get the bonus of creature, right?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
That is possible. You might have to do a strength roll after that, though, to see if you can keep a hold of the amulet while you push away the creature.
Alright, I'll just do the other thing then.
Just checking my attribute. Ah, Jesus, no, no way.
I'm good
Very
with the
good.
other thing, I think. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Ooh, I got a 4 in
There you go.
object.
See, so now you have object 2 as well.
Alright, let's go. So that's a 4 plus 5. That's a 9 plus 3. Let's see. I'm
12.
gonna. Yeah. I'm gonna write an object.
I would say the complexity is a little bit higher, so it would be a 12 though. It would be a
Alright.
+4. So 12 is the difficulty which you just reached. You take 20 withdrawal,
Alright.
but
Ow.
you basically rip off the like force rip off the amulet from the neck of the creature. And all those gravitational forces kind of bend and crack the amulet, and it sparks off magical energy. And the creature stumbles and falls down and screeches in pain and is moving like crazy. The amulet is still it's kind of fuming and sparkling, and something's happening to it, but it is not completely destroyed yet.
Alright.
And that would be Ethan's turn now.
Right now, Brill is holding the amulet, right?
No, he pushed it or force pulled it off the creature. The amulet is just lying on the ground now, and it's fuming and sparkling and doing things.
So
But the creature's lying like a meter apart besides that thing, and also it's like like the,
it's
I don't know,
in
Arnold
pain.
in Total Recall.
Okay.
Just with a shrieky creature noise.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give the amulet some more pain and hit it.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess like I charge closer and hit the
Yeah,
amulet on the
just
ground with my weapons.
Yeah.
Do I roll to hit or
I would say yes because it's kind of dramatic moment, and if you just hit the lawn, it will also be extremely funny.
yeah? I'm gonna roll for it. I roll 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
The lawnmower.
I mean, the thing is no longer moving, and you're not trying to avoid hitting not hitting the creature. So yeah, you basically you completely slash it apart. There's some sort of magical explosion, implosion, whatever. Everybody who's still standing gets thrown off their feet. You can do a strength check if you want to
Sure.
try and stay on your feet.
I don't think it's gonna go well, but I'll try anyway.
So the pool is
I
strength
wanna
and
try as well.
constitution. So you can roll with strength and constitution to try and stay on your feet.
And ooh, all right. That makes
So,
things
so we roll both
better.
strength and constitution.
Yeah. Your difficulty, because you're basically in the center of the impact or explosion. Your difficulty is 12. Ishema and Brill have 10
So 5
Constitution
plus 2.
and
strength.
yes.
I got a 9.
Okay. With all the bonuses from Sunra Khan?
Oh, I got a 11.
See?
I got a 4 in both.
Oh, wait,
wow.
I got a 13 then.
Okay, cool.
Still
I
angry.
roll.
Ishema can raise 2 attributes. And what about you, Ethan?
I rolled an 11, and
Okay.
I have +0 in both. I think
Let's say you're just landing on your butt, but it's a soft landing. You don't take any additional damage. Yeah, the amulet explodes, and the creature kind of yeah, kind of, while it's moving quickly and fast, and it's also shrieking and whatnot, it kind of also morphs, and this blue skin becomes more like a rose pale skin, and the legs and arms get shorter and get a more humanoid looking shape. And then there's this young, maybe 18, 20, naked lady lying on the ground, bleeding out of various pretty deep wounds.
I wonder where they came from.
That's why I slammed it everywhere and then cut it. I knew this was gonna happen.
right. Yeah, of course you did. Now is not the time for discussing that. We need to heal her.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you two should
Yeah.
heal her.
All right. All right. I will heal you, naked lady, and I cast heal from a
Naked lady.
distance.
I
don't know her name.
Maybe you can touch her shoulder. That's very
Weird hoochie
very,
lady.
Yeah.
Oh, she lady.
Okay, so you could lay on hands on a part of her body which is totally fine and
All right.
PG-13, and just cast creature and restoration. So here's how it works. The basic spell, if you cast it, will just do a certain amount of healing, and excess won't increase the healing, but excess will lower your withdrawal. So you can either say, I'm feeling confident and I want to heal the person for more than the basic spell does, then the difficulty increases, or you just go with, let's say, the normal difficulty, and then the difficulty will be the healing. So for touch the wounds kind of healing spell, it's gonna be an 8.
All right.
Or 6. It's the basic thing. 6 is the basic healing effect, and also the difficulty. So you can go like to 8, then you will heal for 8, and so forth.
As long as I get a 3, I pass it on 8. So
You
as long as I
decide.
get a 5. All right, I have 3 dice for it
You have 3 dice plus the 3.
plus the 3. Can I do 10?
Then the difficulty is 10.
Yeah. I'll do 10, and if it doesn't work, too bad. All right.
Sucks for you,
Sucks
Link.
to have been a Talok. It seems like your problem.
Ooh, all right. I think I got it. I got a 10 plus a 13.
13.
Yeah.
So you heal her for 10, and you take 11 withdrawal minus the 2 in your Hermetis, so an withdrawal of 9.
All right.
So
I think I'm
let's
gonna
say
pass on
the
spells
most
for a bit.
severe wounds are closing. She still is badly bruised after your spell. You can't add another healing spell though, but you can treat the wounds with whatever you
Alright.
have at hand, and try to
I would like
stop
to
the bleeding.
try. Can I summon some cloth and like some cloth to treat, like bandage her wounds with?
You could do that. Let's see. I mean, it depends on the size of the object. I think it would be a level 3 spell at that point. I mean, you put it in your hand, so the distance is 0, but the amount of a bandage material probably would be a little
Okay.
bit more than that.
That
So
would
that would be
be
difficulty of 8.
Okay, invocation object, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. That is something.
Something. Okay.
I roll 7, 12, 15.
Well, that's enough, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can you would take a withdrawal of 20, and you can 20, and you can lower it by 7.
So it's 13 withdrawal.
And magically some bandages manifest in your hands, which
And
you can now use to treat the wounds.
I start treating her wounds. And
okay, so if you have medicine, that would be, I mean, use medicine and probably finesse.
Finesse, medicine.
Medicine
I
is
do have
intellectual.
medicine.
Yeah.
I'm actually okay at it.
Must be your clerical upbringing.
Yeah, must be.
Yeah.
It's almost like I grew up in the church. That
Yeah.
is a 12 to
There you
treat her
go.
wounds.
You managed to at least stop the bleeding. You're pretty sure that she still needs a lot of medical attention once you get her back to the village. But I mean, you
Good.
probably have like a spare cloak or something you can just wrap her
Yes.
in so that she doesn't freeze to death on the way back.
Like a cloak, a carpet.
Yeah, something. Maybe there's.
blanket.
I mean, there's probably a blanket in that shack, so you can just.
Yeah, we go steal the bed linen and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And you probably, I mean, we kind of will just speed up the process. We don't have to, we cut to the moment you arrive, safe and sound, back at the village in the early morning hours. The sun just arose. People are starting working, and they see you triumphantly return to the town, carrying or at least helping that young lady, which is still unconscious. So she's really out. She's mostly moaning and doing stuff like that. But as soon as the people of the town, the townspeople, they see you with the lady and they recognize her, the chatter begins. Oh, it's not possible. And the herbalist woman, tears in her eyes, rushes towards you. I thought I lost you, and she hugs very, 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 very carefully, not to start the bleeding again. Hugs her, and and with tears in her eyes, thanks you from the deeps of her heart, and she's completely amazed. And turns out that it's her lost daughter that you
What?
just returned.
You would have thought. I
You know what?
Wow.
You know what? You're right. Isema would look at the two others and be like, "What? I thought she was some Who could have known?"
Yeah, right.
Yeah, needless to say, the townspeople are extremely grateful, and they, I mean, within reason and what townspeople can afford, um, kind of grant you whatever they can part with, just to show you how thankful they are. And I'm pretty sure Ishema will compose at least one song that will tell the tale of the inquisitive bunch that knew from the start that they would rescue this lady's daughter from her grudge or whatever.
Of course, of
It
course.
will be the
Yes.
and I will write it down in invisible ink.
Yeah.
Just for you, Brill. Just for you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, he will comment it for you guys, I think. So, I just hope that the round about 30 people in chat enjoyed what they were watching.
Did they
So
get the letter from
I
the
had
cat?
I had a lot of fun. That's all I can say.
Yes, and
This
thank
was
you
fun.
to you, Nick.
This was awesome.
It's
Yes.
Yes, it was a fun experience. I really love how creative and innovative like the system and the different species and like characters are. I also liked having a character that has 4 arms. That's
Yeah,
funny.
it comes
I
in handy.
absolutely love that you like take stuff from like creature and other stats and mix them together to get bonuses. That's so cool and fun. Instead of being like that, that's just a number plus that number plus that number. It's you take this and you mix it with that and you have to roll them together. Those stats together. That's so fun.
And I guess for anyone in chat who weren't here at the start,
Yeah.
it should be noted that we were playing Mytholoria, which Nick, our dear storyteller here, has written.
Yeah.
And it is an amazing system. And if you are newer to tabletops, I would definitely recommend it because it's very intuitive to learn, and there is 4 pages of rules or something that we needed to like understand what's going on.
Yeah. But like keep in mind if you do want to play, you will need to own a lot of D4s.
Up to 10. This is like each player needs up to 10 d4 when they start gaming. They probably need like 4 d4s, 5 if they have like a skill raise or 2. And to finish the plug, right now and up until the end of April, Mytholoria, the English version, is $3 at DriveThruRPG. So,
Ooh.
and you can even read. I think the preview includes the rules and the species those people were playing, so you can also get a little bit of a info about
Join
what
the
you
marsupial
know.
gang.
Yeah.
We have
So,
pouches.
yeah, you got pouches, and you kind of like the different genders share pregnancy in a way. That's also something. I guess.
Yeah.
Shape shifting marsupials.
Again, it's amazing to see a system that isn't just dwarves and elves,
Yeah.
because Nick here apparently has the biggest brain ever of throwing sci-fi into fantasy, and I love it.
Yeah, as I mean, just I told those guys when we were talking prior to gaming. I was asked because I did this sci-fi game with a couple of friends of mine, and we were asked, or I was asked to actually write a fantasy game because people were like, yeah, I don't really play sci-fi, but I like the races and I like all that other stuff. And on the other hand, it was for me, it was very very clear that if I do any type of fantasy, I will try to get as far away as possible from, let's say, the typical cliches.
Yeah.
It was clear from the start: no elves, no orcs, no nothing. And also try to find a certain logic why monsters are around and how they actually enter the world and how they exist, and giving them their own agenda. So, as I said, you can check it out. I think we can end the stream whenever uh, the gods of the technical
tech.
part can manage
Tech
that.
God
So,
Tim, we summon thee.
yeah,
God,
Tim,
Tim!
let's all summon Tim and thank him. He's sick and he's still got this thing running and bared with
Absolutely
us.
amazing.
So a round of applause for him as well. I enjoyed it very much, and I hope to see you again sometime.
Bye.